Hey, there we go. We are live.
Hey,
It's the Rick and Phil and Shauner show.
it's been a while since we had our trademark show.
Trademark.
Iconic. I mean, not trademark. Iconic show.
I see there's a lot of people doing videos on 4D roleplay lately.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Because this is like a few months now, right?
I think
start of the year we were doing 4D when
Yeah.
when everyone was yelling at us. That was like in January.
Yeah. Well, it's more 4D awareness for everybody all around. But let's go ahead.
Do you think the algorithm is hitting 4D for some reason right now? Did we saturate the internet?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping.
Good. Suffer.
I think I know who's telling people to watch whose videos.
Oh, you have a conspiracy theory? Or an educated guess?
We got hit this morning or yesterday by someone who says you should watch his video.
Somebody hit us.
Oh, we should. Okay. This is Ivan Mike. I share a fondness of guitars with him. I don't have any, like I'm a Fender guy when it comes to bass guitars, and I don't see any Fenders at all here, so I'm kind of disappointed.
What kind of guitars are these?
These are all bass guitars.
Yeah, they're all bass guitars.
4-string, 5-string, no 4-string.
I think the ones on the right are 5-string.
5-strings on these. Yep. So,
okay.
But I think I used to play bass guitar back in. I started in 1977, and started playing gigs when I was a young fella. Bass player.
Cool.
All right, please.
I'm taking the guitar on the left.
I played a kazoo until just last year.
Yeah.
I'm
retired now.
Why did you give up your art?
You're gonna take it up again.
Don't give up your dreams.
Pulls open the little box, creaks open this rusty kazoo with spider webs all over
An original with lead chipping lead paint.
Let me blow this out. Okay, ready? 1 and a 2 and a 3.
Everything's cheap plastic now.
They don't go with the good old brass and metal like the old days when things were real. All right,
they have to make bubbles as well.
All right, let's see
25 minutes.
What Ivan might. Well, you know, we'll make this as okay. We'll do this. We'll hit
the
that 125.
Yeah, there you go. You're already
125. It's on there. Here we go.
And then do us at 2-0.
Yeah, we should be at
2-0. Hey kids, this is Ivan. Faster. There are a group of role-playing gamers out there which have created a style of gameplay that they're calling 4-dimensional roleplay. My friend Samuel G did a couple of podcasts talking about this. One was more of a look and a bit of a critique of the style.
What was that?
So, created a style of role-playing 4D. That is not how I would describe.
Yeah, I don't think we created nothing.
Yeah.
I think we're just role-playing.
It seems like this is one of those common things that people that want to discredit what we're doing, it's a common tactic. They like to put on this hat, the straw man that we consider ourselves inventors and geniuses that smarter than anyone that has ever lived ever. So
we created nothing. We just took what we saw, learned from it, and tried to make it make sense for us.
Yeah, Shauner made it. He did the book.
Yeah, Shauner wrote the book.
I wrote a book. But what they always say at the end is, "Oh, I've always been doing 4D anyway, so it's no big deal."
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear that a lot.
It is a weird combination of this is nothing new, but by the way, I totally have done this. It's not impressive, but I totally do it. So it's like a weird combination of like taking away credibility of something, but then applying that credibility to yourself. It's like a weird thing people do. It's really weird.
Yeah. If Ivan Mike is watching, like I'll put his credentials in the bottom. But if he's watching,
I don't know if he's saying that. But
yeah, we're not jumping on that bandwagon with you, but we're just listening to what you have to say, and we will butt in when we maybe have a correction.
Yep.
All right.
I think I'm just hot from this other video I just watched. So I
see a pattern
starting now.
For years, I've been seeing the same pattern from everyone.
Was a discussion.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Okay. With a couple of the creators of this style of play. And so G asked me, hey, Ivan, what do you think about this? And I said, well, G, I'll tell you. I do have some thoughts and some observations and some critiques. What are they, Ivan? Well, we started talking. I said, you know what? Let me stop. Let me talk to some of our friends. Let me get my thoughts together, and I'll give you a video response. So here we are. First and foremost, though, I do want to say kudos to the people that put that style of role-playing together. Because, to be honest, in the role-playing game hobby, very few people ever really figure out what it is that they want. They're unable to describe it. Maybe they catch fleeting glimpses of it. Maybe they have it more often than not, but aren't quite sure exactly what it is or how to put it into words or how exactly they got there. Fewer still ever actually take.
Yes, sure.
I used to be that person who didn't know what was going on, how to fix it, what needed fixing. No one else at the table knew or cared either way.
Yeah. And this is a much better description of what 4D is. It's people that know what they want and looking for other people and then developing a lexicon and then a shorthand and a community around the style of play that we like.
Yes.
That's pretty much what 4D is.
That's right.
Anyways,
not
good on you, Ivan.
Yeah. I mean, not everybody can do it due to maybe some, mental limitations or whatever, but it's what we want in our game, and we look for other people that want the same thing. So
Is he talking about same old G?
He was
same old G in the Spotify, I guess.
Okay.
He probably mentioned it in one of his podcasts or something.
Well, I did the one podcast with Same Old G after he did his critique. Too. Yes, and it was really it was nice. It was a nice discussion with him, and he decided to possibly join in with a few of our games. So that'll be something that we do in the future with Same Old G, of course. Let's go.
Take the time to put together a series of behaviors and of procedures and techniques to get them exactly what they want on a reliable basis again and again. So, hats off to them for doing that. I've done that with a couple different groups, at least, with very different intentions. And it takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of intention, takes a lot of discussion. It's not easy. So good on them for doing that, for creating something for themselves, for describing it, and also for saying, well, hey, if you want this experience that we're having, here's exactly what you have to do to get it. So what is it? Well, as it turns out, they don't all exactly say the same thing, but close. And so there's various blogs and podcasts and videos and what have you talking about this, and they look at their own play and do commentaries on it, and other people's play and do commentaries on that and whatnot. So I looked at a lot of stuff.
Okay, so he says he's watched one of our plays.
Okay.
Maybe.
Do you think he's just talking about the 6 people that
there's an army of them? We don't
4
know.
of us that are in regular games, and then Shauner and maybe Big Bad. And you think that's what he's talking?
I always show who I'm talking about in my vids.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Let's see if he clarifies on this here.
But do you think that we think
and
it's
put together?
I think that we've maybe put out some different ideas.
I mean, yeah, we have, but I mean, we've had a couple of them where they've kind of weren't the thing that we were looking for. The Feast of Legends was just terrible. I mean,
what was wrong with that? I mean, besides the setting, what was wrong with it?
It just got too corny.
Oh, okay.
It it just felt like a running gag of a
What
thing
about
that we were
that
doing.
one channel? They've got like 30 episodes of.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh man,
How can they do that?
I think I saw that on OGGM shout out.
Yeah.
He shouted me out. I got in the shout out.
Yeah, OG's been shouting out a lot of people, so that's good on him, spreading the love.
All right, hit it up. Let's do
Here,
it.
slow it down. Slow it down.
Slow it down.
Yeah, put it back on 1.
Too fast.
Okay.
Otherwise, people at home are going to be like, huh?
The folks at home.
Got about everything I could find and put it all together. So what are the hallmarks? What are you supposed to do when you're engaged in 4-dimensional role play? Well, the players and the game master don't engage in any out-of-character talk. The players stay in character the entire session. The game master stays in narrator mode the entire session, doesn't engage in any out-of-character talk. The game master does not move the players' characters around, doesn't rewrite the actions stated by the players. But likewise, if the players don't state that their characters are doing anything, well, they're just not doing anything. It's very active. It's very proactive. The players describe what their characters are doing in the present tense. The game master doesn't have a prepared story or a railroad or anything like that, but simply a starting scenario or premise. The action of the game is driven entirely by the players driving the narrative.
Yep. Ow. Sean.
You don't have to start from nothing to do 4D.
That's right.
Yeah. I think he did say you might have a premise. I think he did say that, and that's pretty much what we did. I've actually was going to make a video about that pretty soon.
It's just that in my videos, people were watching me start from nothing, so they assume, oh, that's how you do it. Maybe I should do a video where I'm already in a setting with already a character made up instead of having nothing to start with.
We've already done a couple of world building streams.
Exactly.
Oh, no one watches those though. No one watches our.
We actually get pretty good. I think those are some of the better ones, right?
Yeah, we get a lot of feedback from them. I did put a comment on this video. I told Ivan Mike if he watches our latest live stream, the world building on that was a real cool process. So you can actually see how we planned it all out, and then the week after we actually played it. So you can see how we constructed everything. We also divulged how much co-creation we wanted to do in it and stuff like that. And we kind of clarified some of how we wanted to play this out. And all the answers are there on how we make it. And we should do a video on that sometime on, kind of
is prep good now?
Prep?
Is prep good now, Rick?
Prep? It's a certain type of prep. It's a prep that asks the players, what do you guys want to play? What do you want to see in this? And you want to know the knowns. Yeah. All the knowns of the, what system are we going to use for this? All that kind of stuff.
I can't deny it's way faster to design a world when you're out of character.
Yeah.
It takes a lot less time. A lot more clear as to what the world is.
I think we all decided what characters we wanted to play for the session or during that that time, and we just started constructing this world. You wanted to be the mysterious sand dweller kind of. I
wanted to be the guy from The Mummy.
Yeah. And you filled in a whole lot of names, the culture and stuff like that. And we started bouncing that back. You started bouncing that back to us, and Crispy was doing the round robin with us, and we were just starting to create a totally cool new setting, and then we played it. It was like, okay, let's go on.
You think about that, Sean?
Anything else?
I agree.
World building.
The world building for me,
Doctor.
For I don't know, the last 8 years, the way I've world build is have a session -1 with your players and throw ideas at each other, see what sticks, and go after the tones, the setting, the mood, the themes.
I really like world building, so
it's fun.
Setting is important. setting's kind of a big deal.
And that's every time we've done this, like that world building thing, our sessions have been a lot better.
What was the other one we did that on? Oh, it was the heist, the traveler heist.
We did it with that. We also did it a bit more with our first what's it called? Fear City, because we did it. We did a session, an actual session, which wasn't recorded before that.
Yeah, that's true.
Like which we kind of, and we did practice. We were like, okay, we know how our characters are gonna work in this world, and
yeah, that was much more about like having a solid foundation of a personality.
Yeah.
Than like real world building, but it was helpful.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good.
All right.
Narrative of their own characters. The game master can and should insert various complications or dramatic events into the situation at appropriate moments, but still the game masters direct the overall action. The players direct the overall action.
Do the players direct the overall action?
Ideally.
What's overall? What does that mean?
The players direct their own actions.
The players role play their own characters.
The driving seat of the story.
The players role play their characters instead of the GM.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what he means. Because most of the time the GM role plays the players' characters.
Yes.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Nearly all of the time.
Let's see, we're opening things up so that the players have control, so that the game master doesn't override the actions that he just stated. But
player agency. Remember? Yeah. Well, I don't know if you were around 10 years ago, but 10 years ago, player agency was a big deal on YouTube. Everyone talked about it. What is it? How does it work? And it came down to the GM gives you multiple choice. What do? You can do this, this, or this. The player has agency. I choose option C. That's my final answer. That's player agency to these guys.
Okay.
So, I got sick of it.
Yeah. So we're trying to avoid the multiple choice thing. We're letting the player think on his own on how they would find the clues or whatever it is that they're doing in character. You don't have to describe yourself as doing super intricate things pertaining to investigation. You don't need to go ahead and open up volumes of books, on the days before of your gaming to understand what an investigator does. You do the role. We proceed with how it turns out, and we role play it out. So you don't have to be voiced in your character in a certain type of job that he does. You have to know the ins and outs of all of it. It's just, that's too crazy. So we just play it out as characters and try to emulate as close to a movie tone as possible, as in pacing wise and stuff, whatever we've agreed upon. And it works.
I think he's primarily just saying that the players are in charge of what happens next rather than GM. I think that's probably
yeah, the game master's reactive, so he could put in roadblocks along the way of their action. That can happen.
Yeah, the GM is referee, just listening.
Yeah, and
describing the local area and
if
NPCs. That's about it.
If the game master is feeling that the pace is too slow, he wants to pick it up, he can inject, a push of some form, which makes sense, in the game, something that was derived from what the characters did to somebody else further on back a few sessions ago or whatever.
Consequences.
Consequences, they meet an old adversary.
The posse has caught up with you guys.
Yeah, all kinds of things that you may put in that makes sense. Obviously, it's not like you're just willy-nilly pulling up, ideas and bringing them in.
Oh, no random chart tables.
Yeah. It's got to make sense. All right, let's keep on going here.
The players and the game master don't talk about the rules or the mechanics at all. The players don't ask the game master any questions, definitely not any questions out of character. Their characters can ask non-player characters things about the world to find things out, or the players describe the actions of their characters as they're attempting to determine things about the world via these actions, or the players make up and insert facts outside of their own characters into the imagined situation to make things run smoother, etc., as long as these things make sense and respect the setting and the tone. These can range from items the character might have or that are in the scenario situation, to non-player characters, to contacts, to scenarios
Hailing
happening in the situation.
Hailing the taxi.
Players should be able to hail taxis in New York City without
Sure.
asking for permission.
And they should be able to get mugged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should expect
I'm
muggings.
getting mugged.
Again.
Four times this week. Oh.
I just want to say this guy has been the
the situation.
best.
He's what?
This guy's probably been the best at describing.
I think he's talked about 4D already before, so he's got practice.
Okay, good.
Adjacent to it, factions or nations, various other facts about the world ranging from the small to the large.
Now, the players don't. The players have a certain amount of co-creation they can do during the game. That's all determined beforehand in the session zero.
Social contracts and stuff.
Yeah. So that's why I said if you watch the, how we create the world, our brainstorming session, you'll discover all this stuff comes up. How much are we allowed to create? How, am I overstepping my bounds by creating this whole new country over on the other side of the world?
This is probably a better thing to say in a different video, like a tweakers about our last game. But I was like creating so much. It felt like I had a lot of creating that I had to do in the last session because I was basically developing the continent and the culture.
Your culture, you had the scarves and stuff. It was cool.
Because I'm supposed to be like this expert guide, so I know,
like a savant.
No, like I'm a desert wanderer. I'm an expert.
Or you've been places.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I live there. But anyways. So like Max would ask me stuff like, and I'm also like kind of the leader apparently of this band of resistance fighters. So he'd ask me things like, are your resistance fighters like this way or are they this way or which way is this thing? And I'm like, and like I'm so paralyzed because I don't know. Like the whole time I'm thinking, what does Crispy want me to do? But I look over at Crispy and he's just like got a smile on his face.
Yeah,
he knows that whatever I'm going to do is going to be fine.
He's the referee.
It's the same thing when you guys go in my. I'm totally open to whatever you guys create. Yeah. Just do it.
So I'm fine. I was like, it was. It kind of like broke the immersion almost because I had to like I kept wondering what was allowable. It was kind of like a weird middle ground.
That too shall pass.
So much to create. It was weird.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm dumb and I don't know anything. Let's go that way.
Just don't lay your country on top of a country already set somewhere.
Like how big is the scale of this area? I don't even know.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't want to co-create. You might just want to 3D role play through the whole thing instead.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine.
Or just describe the scope when you're in the scope.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you're asking me questions, I should definitely know because I'm that character. And I'm like, yes, it is nearby. They're going to be right over this hill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just say what the place is where you live and just say we should visit there one day, not now. Something like that. Just say where you're from.
Yeah. Well, that's the
and then the prequel describes your place you grew up when you were a baby.
You know, when you were probably looking at Crispy and wondering if it was okay to go ahead and co-create, I felt exactly how Crispy felt. Like, yes, please tell me what's over top so I can. Sometimes, you know, you're like, oh, what would be past here? I mean, you know, sometimes the players inject something that you're like, okay, cool.
After the fact, I realized he was going to have some world-ending pillar of smoke. Like, who really gives a shit where? Like, what's 3 miles ahead?
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, you may go visit the place you described, or you just say you're from afar, and Crispy just starts populating that place with all kinds of NPCs.
Yeah.
So if you do go there, at least it's got population. Unless you say it was nuked ages ago. It's a mere crater now.
Yeah. I definitely think
Crispy's erasing NPCs he thought of.
I definitely think the fault was with me, like, thinking it mattered. I don't think it mattered.
Not at that moment. You were running out of water.
Yeah, he never mentioned anything about us having issues with water, except for the fact that the water's drying up. So I'm like, do I just spawn another watering hole?
We were making the issues.
By the way, there's no water.
So I was like, it probably is best if we role play a little. We're thirsty in the desert.
Yeah.
At one point in this game.
Just say Dunahee next time. That means the guy from behind the mountain. Dunahees.
It's a Dunahee.
It's like hillbilly in Farsi.
Okay.
See. All right.
Good tip.
The players and the game master are encouraged to make their decisions in a way that will be dramatic and exciting and enjoyable for the other participants at the table. And everybody at the table, player and game master alike, are encouraged to have very vivid descriptions of the scenes, of the characters, what the characters are doing, what they're wearing, what they look like, motivations, intentions. The more description, the better, in order to share the imagination.
I don't think we're very good at that, actually. Detailed description. Like physical description.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Do you guys do that? I don't do that. I let the viewers learn on their own who's what.
I'm a
during
warrior.
The roleplay.
I'm a warrior.
I'm a warrior. I have blue eyes.
I have
gray hair. I have a little ponytail.
I'm dressed in black.
Sean Connery ponytail from Medicine Man or whatever.
Mm-hmm. It's like a cross between Sean Connery as Medicine Man and in Highlander.
Yeah. We usually have avatars to alleviate ourselves of having to describe ourselves. So,
and then you say, you've got the mustache, you have a Bible, you have this fancy robe, you have these shiny shoes, and you got this one canteen thing.
Whoa! How shiny?
Ball.
How shiny are your shoes?
It's translucent, shiny.
Thanks, that helps.
Gosh,
does it have sequins?
It self-fills when it's empty.
One thing I say really good at describing.
Some people get carried away with their descriptions.
One thing we do that when our describing is good is when we're anchoring. So, like when you're adding the physicality to your turn, it really enhances the dialogue portion.
And you spread all that, even little increments of information that you may bring out with your anchoring as well. It's spread out throughout the game, so you're learning little bits more about the characters as it continues, just like a movie.
Yeah, your character can whip out some watch. What are those watches called that come on a chain?
Pocket watch?
Yeah, okay. You just pull out one of those things and you look at what time it is, waiting for the GM to say what time it is. Because I don't think you have power to say it's 8 a.m. right on the dot. Because now you're setting the time.
Oh, I was setting the sun in the last game, and then Crispy popped it back up for a little bit. And I was like, "Hey, it's night time. Put that sun back down."
Time violation right there.
There you go.
It's a
nice
weird
one, Phil.
You're still in their group. You're still in their group after doing that.
Sorry.
No role play for you.
This is a fantastic set of behaviors, procedures, and techniques to give these people exactly what they want and to give you that same experience. However, the things they talk about related to this style the way they describe the other three dimensions have a few problems. And
Other
there's
three
some interesting
dimensions?
things about the kind of effect that this play is going to produce versus what they say it's going to produce. So I'll go through them more, but there's four basic issues I have with the way they present the entire thing. The first one is the description of the other three dimensions can be very, very problematic. The second one is the assumption that play has only one goal, and it's the goal they have. The third one is the assumption.
I like how he threw that one in there. Role play's not important, I guess. Role play's not important in an RPG.
Did he say that the only real goal? We're saying the only real goal of role playing is our goal. Is that what he said?
Pretty much.
Let me go back.
But that's what we think.
Well, each dimension has its own goal, right?
Yeah. I mean, he even said it's a preference, so I don't understand why he makes it absolute right now.
I mean, you're not graduating from 1D to 2D to 3D to 4D.
Yeah.
You pick one. You just pick one. They're separate dimensions. You don't. Oh, I made it to 2D. Now I could go to 3D.
Not until you beat the boss.
Yeah,
beat the boss.
They're different dimensions. They have nothing to do with each other.
There's a lot of hazing involved, actually.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So, simply put, if you're a one-dimensional player, you're a player that sits back most of the time. You have a reluctance to interact a lot. You just sit there and wait for your turn, and when you're prompted, you roll your dice. You hardly say anything. You may say, I try to hit him, and you roll the dice, something like that. You know?
Yeah, or you say a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with the game.
You say, what's his AC?
What's his AC?
That's what you say on your turn. What's his AC again?
What dice am I rolling?
Yeah. If you're two-dimensional...
For the last time.
Yeah, if you're two-dimensional, you would be the person that would be asking lots of questions to the game master. How close is that bridge from us? Can I hit it with my crossbow? All those
tactical plans out of character with the party.
Oh, yeah. Before you do that, I want to try to sneak behind him and stab him in the neck.
There you go.
And the guy's like 100 yards away.
Can we retcon everything that we just said now?
I have a better idea, guys. That happens all the time with the 2D.
So we that's 2D. 3D is when everybody stays in character. That is the least we ask of our players. Stay in character for the entire session. Is that so hard? Is it?
Please.
You mean you're talking about being immersed? I'm already immersed rolling dice.
Immersed.
How much more immersed do you need me to be?
You got the people that just like that. They can be where they want to be. They can stay with the hundreds of games that are out there that they can play with. Thousands, billions even.
The 99%ers.
But how many 4D playing games are there out there right now for me to join if I want to enjoy what I like? Hardly any. So
there might be 3, 4.
There's
like 18 videos on YouTube.
If I piss off Phil or Crispy, I'm done. I don't got nobody to play.
You're out.
Make him spin the gulag wheel.
Oh man.
You took an oath, Rick. You broke that oath.
2-man enter.
I get to wear the big head over top, and you send me off on it backwards on a donkey, right?
Yeah, in the sand pits.
You see, but that's the thing, Mike, is we're looking at it from this way, is there's no sessions out there for us. So we must get the word out to propagate, get more people interested in being immersive role players.
Spread our ideas like a cancer.
Yeah. And if you don't want to be part of it, you don't have to. You just keep on going along your merry way. It's like, oh, okay, those guys,
But
away.
I will
It's all
say
cool.
that he is right that the main thing that we value is role playing.
Role play. Yes.
That is what we value the most. So
Yeah, role play solves
solves
everything. I've been saying that for 8 years now.
I think my opinion is right too. So
Oh.
sorry, I think I'm right.
You stand for something? How dare you, sir?
Oops.
Oops. Why don't you join the rest of us down here?
All right. See what this is all about. Number 4.
4 basic issues I have with the way they
Go over this
present
again.
the entire thing. The first one is the description of the other 3 dimensions. It can be very, very problematic. The second one is the assumption that play has only one goal, and it's the goal they have.
Why does he say it's problematic?
The third one is
the goal that we have.
assumption that
is
you
it?
can judge.
Plays one goal is the goal that they have.
No. Man,
isn't that like everything?
I thought he was doing so well, but 2D players have a hard time explaining what 4D is.
Well, I don't know if this game.
It's like that. Those people that die, they go to heaven for like 5 minutes, and then they're brought back to life, and then they try to explain what they saw, and they cannot. It's a different dimension.
Imagine a sandwich. Not a sandwich, is it?
But not just any sandwich. The sandwich.
Not those new Subways. I like the old Subway sandwiches from the 80s. Oh my God! It's for $2.99. You got this 15-inch long sandwich, 16-inch long, and it was like 8 inches wide. And they cut the V on the top of the bread. Oh my God!
And it almost looked like the ones that were on the advertising back in the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now you don't see that anymore.
Huh?
Now it's like
I was happy at $5 footlong. I was ecstatic.
Pillsbury dough bread with some pink pressed meat together. I don't know, some sort of. It's like yogurt.
Oh,
the
nice!
Meat just comes out like a pad, like a
the paste.
Yeah, paste.
Did you want turkey?
But
I don't want the turkey base.
They had turkey flavor to
Yeah.
Squeezed cheese.
They had bacon flavor to it.
Yeah.
See, we're role playing a Subway right now.
And the goal is to role play a Subway.
At least they're not in Subways anymore. Before you had to actually go into the Subway to get the sandwich.
Yeah.
Now they're next to Walmart.
So I'm really curious to see this guy expand on the idea of they have a goal and they think that's the goal. Like that's a weird statement.
Okay.
And rate a person's engagement and imagination and immersion by observing certain outside behaviors. And the last one is the claim that
that's just Sean.
He's talking about me.
It's just Sean.
The style of play
my Let's Watch videos.
Yeah,
I don't think we ever going to anyone.
I mean, we've gone over. I've gone over a few where I've shown how to correct things. Yeah, but
But usually you're self-deprecating entering into.
I am quite hard on myself all the time.
We always say we used to be this guy. We used to be this player. We used to run games this way. Compare, contrast.
Let's get the contrast going.
Anyway, I'll be nice in this stream. I'm not going to say anything bad about nobody.
An in-character experience. So let's go through these one at a time. And take a look at them.
Okay.
Well, the description of the various dimensions. Well, let's take a look at the description of one-dimensional play. It says, well, the game in one-dimensional play, the players don't take the game very seriously. The players might just be there to hang out with their friends or socialize. The players are making out-of-character jokes. They're talking to, discussing things outside of the game. All this conversation is pretty much out of character. They might be distracted. They might be on their phone, checking Facebook, watching YouTube videos, talking to other people that are there but aren't involved in the game, but are around their boyfriend, girlfriend.
What was that?
I said just thinking of someone checking their phone while they're role playing with me makes me angry.
Yes. Yeah.
I leave my phone in the car.
Even if they were playing a board game, I'd be angry at that person.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Studying for their SAT when they're role playing.
Hey, bro, I got the MCATs tomorrow. Like, what are you doing here?
The guy with his older
whomever.
brother's penthouse magazines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey guys, check out this porn.
Look, Miss July, 1968.
Why are we inviting you? Sorry. He brings porn. That's true.
Or person at the coffee shop. The players aren't really sure what's happening. If it's not their turn, they don't know what's going on, and there's a lot of confusion around the table.
Really? Which
Well,
dimension
yeah,
is he
on a
talking about?
on a one dimension, yeah. There is always there's lots of confusion.
1D players can know everything that's going on. It's just they don't really say much during their game is all. I rolled a 10 before they're asked. I rolled a 10 already. I said I was attacking for the next 10 rounds.
Yeah. Was it my turn again?
Yeah.
Already?
The dimensions are more or less their interactivity with the game is more or less what it is.
Yeah.
I guess they're just doing combat, and when there's no combat, they tune out because the GM moves their character for them to some new location.
They make fun of the scenario. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Not this place again.
Please don't.
Beholders are here, right?
At all. Very well. It's game master directed play, where the game master is a fully constructed scenario to entertain the players with a railroaded story. And the players are simply there to roll dice and are audience members and occasional participants in the game master's fully fledged story. Now, at first glance, this seems kind of reasonable. This is bad play, or really lowbrow play. But a closer look and some critical thought reveals that all these behaviors are pretty much unrelated. The presence of one.
Interesting. And yet they're always with each other.
When the GM wants to read a story to his players, what is that called?
Yeah, a lot of guys that play these games don't realize they're on a railroad, or they may have a preference to be on the railroad.
I think they just expect to be.
I'd argue that players don't even think about the hobby at all. It's the GMs mostly that make videos.
Yeah.
For sure.
The players are just either guinea pigs or human die rollers.
1D GM's got to be busy. Like, that's a big job. Unless I guess you're running a module. Like, you got to prepare everything.
They're always running a book that they bought.
You got to even prepare what the characters do.
And the GMs are just playing a solo adventure, and they have their friends over as die rollers is all.
Yeah.
Because it's boring to read a book by yourself.
I don't understand the motivation behind a 1D GM. They just don't get it.
Yeah.
It's the girl who plays.
If you're reading a module, then
it's the 8-year-old girl that plays teacup parties with her stuffed animals upstairs in the bedroom.
And that's
choosing
fine,
how many lumps.
Choosing
how many lumps the stuffed elephant gets in their coffee. You will have 2 lumps. That kind of thing.
It's fine if they want to play that way. But that's not what we like, us three here, we're not looking for that. I don't know if
they're not fine playing that way. They don't even know they're playing that way.
Yeah.
They have no clue.
It's
because they'll come out and say, I role played. We had an excellent role play session last night. Yeah. Really?
Their definition of role play is different than ours. So
there's definitely that, but I'm sure that there are people like that have wanted to role play more that go into those games.
Yeah. It gets beaten out of them.
And they just go like, okay, well, I guess
we don't role play then. I guess we're just playing for fun again.
And we've actually witnessed that happen to a few players, in some of Shauner's
especially the
exploratory
women.
Yeah.
The women who are really good at role playing, they get beat down after a few months of hanging out with these guys.
Yeah.
And then they just phone in their turns. And it's sad. It's sad to see.
Yeah, they kind of give
up. But they're friends with each other, so I guess it's okay to be, Stockholm Syndrome player in your game group.
Yeah.
They're told, baby, I'm the best GM you will ever meet. This is it. Your cleavage will make us famous.
Sometimes it's the players may want to be in the stream just for the sake of being in the stream and being seen or something like that. Or
the actor guys.
Well, they just want
performer types.
They just want to be in there, you know. I'm here so people can see me during the game. I'm on
audience.
For example, Legion of Myth. Like they'll be, I've got a big audience in front of me. I'll just sit here and do my part and roll my dice when you know. They just want to be there for that. You know, they're not actually
play Xbox during the game.
Yeah, you see that happen. You know, you've seen all that stuff happen.
I would say that typically with the 1D, I think a lot of I would play a 1D game, I guess. It was like friends of mine. And there's alcohol. That sounds fun. So
that can lead to 1D. Yeah.
I think he kind of lumped it all together and said, "This is obviously bad, right?" But that's not really what we typically say. I know we're kind of saying it's shit right now because we don't really want to do it. But we pretty regularly
have you ever done
say,
1D play?
you guys, sure, of course.
Okay.
If you guys want to do it that way, then go have fun doing it that way. That's pretty much it.
How come 4D players admit that they were 1D players at one time?
Because you see the other side. You're like outside of the cave, right?
Oh, okay.
Looking at the shadow puppets or whatever.
Yep.
Phil is a good egg.
Yeah.
He's one of our best. One of our best eggs.
The finest egg. I'm a double yolk.
Double yolk.
You
must have more brains in his head.
Okay. I played a 1D game.
In a game group does.
What's that?
So I played a 1D game recently. It's just there was alcohol involved, and it was like I describe it as the nerds version of going to the bar. So.
Did you guys get out of the tavern?
Yeah, because I'm not gonna 1D, right? I'm gonna still role play. And I'm like, I grabbed the apple, I'm throwing it at someone. I don't know.
Yeah, there we go.
Every time the GM says, "What do?" you take a drink.
The GM was happy because I was moving it, but I was moving the action.
Does not indicate the other ones are going to be present at all. And it's a false assumption to say that these things are coincident. Second dimension play, well, this is described a little bit different. It's described as slightly more interactive with the players. The players take the game a little more seriously and focus on the game a little bit more.
Okay,
the
he's
players
reading
might
something.
Talk in character sometimes.
Is he reading what you wrote down on the website, Rick?
Not quite.
Sounds like he's compiled it, but really leaning heavily on
He has people who write stuff for him to read.
I suppose, or something. Or he just wrote down notes.
He might be capable of writing.
Why can't he just read from the website?
Yeah, he might have wrote it down from my talk with Samuel G. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there's a couple other times you've put out the response to Legion of Myth.
The internet is amazing how it works.
Yep. All right.
I learned from auditory only.
They'll talk a lot out of character, make out of character jokes, all that kind of stuff, Monty Python references. Most interaction with the game master is the players in...
the out of character jokes, Monty Python jokes, whatever, that is 1D behavior, I would say. The 2D players trying to actually play a role-playing game. They just don't realize you have to role-play in a role-playing game.
Yeah, the audience players tell jokes when it's someone else's turn.
They're just really taking this board game seriously.
Yeah. You going to jail or not? Did you pass go? Gosh.
I'm going to have sex with the guard. Can I roll seduce?
You're still in jail? Your dice are cursed. Just pay the fine and get out.
That's awesome.
Pick up your money on free parking. Are we using that rule or no?
I didn't use the rule. Sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
The rules say free parking is just free parking.
Yeah.
You don't get money for free parking.
You don't get nothing.
And asking them out of character. How big is that door? Can I jump from this rooftop to that rooftop? Does that, can that look possible? Is there a hammer in the room? This is referred to by the creators of this style as a guessing game. Mechanics and rules
I've never heard the guessing game said before.
The
Do we say
Mother
that?
May I.
I say Mother May I guessing game.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of like merged our minds together as one.
Yeah. Into one sexy role player.
All three of us have different ways of describing the same thing.
Yeah.
I like Mother May I better.
As long as it ends up being role play, that's all I care
Because
about.
it's more I don't know what I'm saying. I can't think of the word. Never mind.
The bourbon is kicked.
Are involved in discussion very frequently, and the participants may open up the rule books, look up rules, and the players will often ask questions about the rules. So the mechanics can be very front and center. The game master still has a railroaded story prepared. The game master will often move or evoke actions on the behalf of the players. You continue to walk down the corridor. You go to Joe's house. Even if
Role play the player characters.
That's
good description. That's good 2Ds.
If players, if the GM can role play the player characters, then the players should be allowed to role play the NPCs.
Yeah. But they shouldn't, right?
That's right.
I'm just saying, swap
swap
characters with the GM and the players. If you're just have the players run the NPCs, have the GM run the PCs. If you're going to do it that way,
we should have a game where where the GM says swapsies. And then,
no, I like this character. You're going to kill my character, aren't you?
Yeah.
Give me one of yours then. What do you got? Oh, I hate that NPC. Oh, I don't want that NPC. What do you have? Give me a better one.
You're that charismatic parrot that's been on your shoulder for a while.
Where's that GM PC you've had all this time? I want that.
That would almost be pretty cool to try.
Yeah.
You
could role play players playing that kind of game.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to role play players. That sounds fun.
Role play 1D players.
We could do that for examplage instead of using actual footage.
Stranger Things does it. Stranger Things, they had a scene with D&D in the house.
Wow,
the actors were role playing first and second dimension players.
I know it's probably a copyright strike, but you should genre the Stranger Things game. This isn't role playing.
I've tried it. You just have to turn the sound off and make the frame, one
reverse
1/6 of the screen, or reverse
it tiny.
Do you hear my ambulance?
You have action happening around your place there, Shauna.
Yeah, there's a car wreck.
God.
I don't go outside.
I think you can do a 2D sandbox. That was the last thing I want to say. I think you do a 2D sandbox.
I'm curious to hear what he thinks a 3D is here.
Yeah.
Intentions. And once again, it becomes really, really clear that these various behaviors, they're really not coincident at all. They're not joined at the hip. Just the presence of one doesn't necessarily indicate the presence of another. I've been in and run games where there was no railroad. There was a start.
It's the Scooby-Doo. All the players are connected at the hip going from room to room. Yeah. And the GM just moves them.
What is the unifying theory of 2D role-playing?
Mother May I.
Kind of links everything together. Mother May I stuff.
Links everything together?
Yeah, because he's making the point that all of these behaviors he's just listed off are coincidentally under the umbrella of 2D.
When he talks like that, I just stop listening. I'm not even trying. Yeah, I don't.
This is a stream
again. It's the 1D player trying to explain 4D.
Maybe
it's like, oh, okay, just shut my brain off when he says these things.
Okay.
See what happens.
You know what the point of the stream is, though, Sean?
Yeah, I'm listening to keywords like connected at the hip. Because he's watched my videos. I know that. He doesn't mention my name in his videos, but I know he watches my stuff.
Rick, what do you think there's like a unifying factor that makes the game a 2D game? Or?
A unifying factor?
Yeah.
No, it's just that they're not role play. I just view it all as gaming. That's why when you see up in the corner here, watch. 1D is gaming. 2D is gaming. 3D is role play. Look at that. It's role play.
Oh, yeah.
And 4D is role play too. So that's all I care about.
To me, each one's a different dimension.
Like a hybrid board game.
The dimensions don't blend together. They're not inside of each other.
No.
Oh, we got Max.
And as a joke, I would say 2D. A year ago, I was saying 2D because I play in 3D for the most part. You know, your characters, your mind's eye, as it were, sees in
Max,
3 dimensions.
I'm sorry, man.
So you got players describing where they are in 3D in relationship to each other. So 3D, that's where I get the 3D from. 2D are just, 2D is just a line. And then 1D is just a dot.
Well, 1D is a line.
The 1D is a dot.
No.
A dot.
There's no dimension.
Well, technically a dot could be 3D if it's X, Y, Z coordinates or something.
What?
But 2 lines, two dots connected with the line is usually... No, you're right, 1D. A line is 1D. A plane
it's
is
just
2D.
Like how would you measure it?
A square would be 2D. A line would be 1D. You're right. It's been a while since I've talked about 1D, 2D in a live stream using geometry.
So 2D is a square.
Yeah, we have a lot of interactivity going on in the in the comments, but we'll get to you guys.
Let me just apologize to Max because he was in my chat talking to me. And here I am,
Phil,
not even looking at my chat.
Jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
Scenario, and the players knew the freaking rules, but it was very, very out of character the entire time. But man, do those players drive where we went. So they just don't all mesh. And in fact, they might have been talking to their friends at the same time.
Okay, so he's saying sandbox. That's fine. You can do a 2D sandbox. I don't agree with 2D can't be a sandbox. Okay, sorry.
Now, third dimensional play is described as being identical to fourth dimensional play, with the one exception of the players don't create game reality outside of their characters. All the behaviors are listed for fourth dimensional play, like I listed at the beginning. Well, these are all indicative of third dimensional play. And again, all those behaviors, they really don't coincide with one another. They might exist in some combination with any of the other behaviors listed in the other 2 dimensions at any given table. So, you can't...
I'm waiting for his explanation of what he thinks 3D actual role play is. So that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, these guys don't do role play in role-playing games. Drink if he says role play.
Okay.
He's can't really characterize any tables this 1, 2, or third dimension because it just doesn't work that way. And once again, the idea that out of game discussion never happens all of a sudden, and that there's a sudden leap from discussing things out of character and talking out of character to complete and total discussion always in character is more than a little bit silly and frankly a little bit disingenuous.
Okay, the whole labeling system is not supposed to be one-to-one with real life, right? Like a 1D player isn't really a one-dimensional person in real life, are they?
No.
It's just the label we use.
No, they're the little lines running around everyone.
Yeah.
They're a stick figure with just
You're freaking me out. So,
because I in jest I was saying what 2D and a 1D player might look like, because I would talk about 3D players a lot. And then 6-7 months ago, you guys came up with 4D on the fly. Like, what?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why we put together like the lexicon is so that people have an understanding of what we mean when we say role play. We want to be very clear on what role play is. So,
do I have to drink when Rick says it, or
no?
No. So that's the thing: is if you don't have a definition of what role play is, how role play looks, how, you have to have a definition of it. So a lot of people out there will say, okay, well, it's you playing your class. It's your role. So they'll have that as their explanation. So their definition of role play is different than our definition of role play. Some will say, oh, well, it's, you just read everything off your sheet and, play it like a bingo card and roll the dice when you have to. That's role playing. That's what they think. We have our own definition. So for our own, cohesive with the group, if I'm saying, okay, are you going to come in and role play with us? You better be role playing, not, looking at your sheet as a bingo sheet or whatever it is that you think it is. So we have defined definitions in order for you to go, oh, okay, I know what these guys are talking about.
Yeah. And the idea that from 2D to 3D is one step is a strong.
Yeah, they're not steps. They're not built on each other. They're not layers.
It's a
category
word, but it's a spectrum, right? Like you're gonna be moving towards 3D, aspiring to 3D from 2D.
It's a category. Like 1D could be orange, 2D can be apple, but they're not like connected at all.
I would say that 4D is probably the smallest leap.
1D is spam.
It's a small leap, but it's a leap that both the game master and the player must.
It's very much
come to terms
contract driven.
Yeah.
1D is beer and pretzels.
There are massive differences between 1D and 2D. It's caring about the game, like actually giving a crap about what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then 2D to 3D is giving a crap about role play.
But when does fun stop happening in these dimensions? When is it less fun?
The fun.
Which
their
dimension?
definition.
Which dimension is the most fun?
Definition of fun. Hanging out with your friends and telling jokes. Well, that's before the session. That's after the session.
Can't you just do something else instead of role play if you just want to have fun? Why ruin a hobby with your fun? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I hate.
I like hanging out with my friends, but it's only fun if we play a TTRPG.
Yeah.
If we do anything else, I hate my friends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
like zero funnage.
There's no funnage. My town's board gaming group.
What you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
You guys want to go get dinner after? I think I'm good.
Oh, we're not playing anymore? I hate you now.
So I just want to point out.
See you next time.
When he said 3D, it goes from a lot of out of character to no out of character. Just like that. That's disingenuous. Yeah. It's like meant to be a big step. It's not.
I'm just going to take all my GI Joes and
the GM is different in each dimension. Also, pretty much, it's not just a player thing.
Yes.
Also, the game mechanics changes too.
I would really like.
And I express that in our lexicon. There is a difference in the game master style in each one too. Yeah. Makes it all a little bit more sensical if you read it all in context.
Yeah.
Including the disclaimer at the bottom that says don't use it to disparage other players. It's just an explanation.
That part's not on my copy.
That's my job.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we have a Shawner. Yeah.
No, I get people to think. I get people to wake up because everyone's asleep. Most people are asleep in the hobby.
I keep wanting to maximize the screen with this button.
Me too. I keep wanting to scroll down and see what the comments are.
On this one? Right.
Kick it.
He has magic.
Look, Rick.
There we go. Yeah, I did. I said, well, which of your live plays did you watch?
Oh, you mentioned this already.
Yeah.
Jason has a lot of YouTube accounts. I'll say that.
Does he?
I'm condescending. When was I condescending?
All the time.
What did I say? Tell me. Show the receipts.
In a lot of your videos, Rick, you say 4D is the superior way. You don't do that as much now. But a long time ago you did.
People don't like
it. I would say elite role player
coming up.
Mm-hmm.
We think it's the superior way.
It's a superior way. Yeah, we did a video saying it was
to say that superior. You're superior.
So that means that we think their way is not superior at all. You're supposed to say. You're supposed to say. You're supposed to say moral relativism and say everyone's the same. All the dimensions are fine. It doesn't matter which one you do. We all get a gold star.
This is Harrison Bergeron all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't get the reference, but I'm excited about it.
Oh, it's a dystopian where you do what the government tells you to do.
Oh yeah,
Blade Runner. You know,
you mean utopia?
If you're not cop, you're little people. No. Everyone wants to put you in the little people compartment. How dare they talk about 4D? How dare they?
All right, let's continue with this.
We're never going to get through this.
They're one of us.
Anyway, on to the second issue. The 4D style or thesis, I guess.
See, he didn't get into what 3D actually is.
Like how he's a 1D player. How is he going to do it?
He said in passing it was all the stuff that he read out at the start.
Yeah, well,
he's lumping really 1D plus 2D equal 3D. That's what he's doing.
Do you want to address chat at all or no? We don't have to.
Wait till the end. That's what. Yeah. That's how.
Yeah.
That's how Max does it.
We'll address it. We'll do. We'll do it at the halfway point. When we hit
3 hours of chat.
When we hit 13 minutes, we'll address it.
Okay.
This is split.
It ignores the fact that there are a lot of other intentions for being involved in role-playing games. The model claims, or the thesis claims that the description of the 4 dimensions are about layers of engagement, successive layers of engagement in the game.
Wait till we throw the 5D at them.
Yeah. Just wait.
I mean, they're thinking there's only 4 dimensions. What about the 0 dimension? Man, we haven't even gone there yet.
That's when you never showed up. You said you would show up.
Show up without a character.
It's a 0 dimension.
You have no character sheet.
Damn it.
That's the point. That's
the negative dimensions. We have to do that too.
Yeah.
We'll find game groups that play in those ways.
So it seems like he has disconnected the first part from his brain. So he said, hey, way to go, guys. You know exactly what you want. You're after it. You know what your goal is. You're going to go get it. And now he's saying you're discounting all these other possible goals that you could have for role playing. It's like, yeah, but
they work equally as well.
He wants us to include the 2D and 3D. 3D's good. He wants us to include
the same
2D.
Quality of gaming.
I'm just saying maybe we're smart enough to actually have a goal picked.
Yeah. It's called Everybody Stays in Character, and we're not doing bullshit talk for the next 3 hours when we should be playing the game.
Rick, take it easy.
Ivan Mike.
Play in real time?
Come on.
But I'm just saying that's our goal. So that's why we prioritize that.
We want more gameplay than BS.
Some people went to the RPG Brigade School of Roleplay and came out with knowledge. Some people were just kind of like present.
Mm-hmm.
When the teacher did, reading off the class, whatever, roll call, whatever. Present.
Yeah.
They were there just for I don't know. I want to hang out with you guys talking about role play. None of it's rubbing off on them.
Scribbling on the desk all day.
Yeah,
putting his own little cartoons.
Putting their gum under the desk.
Shooting little paper things at everybody else.
Yeah.
All right, I want to hear him flesh out this segment.
Okay.
The one that makes me angry.
How seriously you take the game. But it really just assumes that there's only one thing to be engaged in as the end goal. They even talk about the idea, well, this is real role play now, 3rd dimension and 4th dimension. And, it declares that's the real, where real role playing begins, and that people that don't engage in that aren't really role playing. But, for decades, there have been debates about, well, what is role play? And it's really evident that there are various.
And we stood our ground and said, this is role play. This is role flag we die on.
No. Role play is playing your class. We have a class. We have your fighter class level 5. That's what you're role playing. And role playing means rolling the dice when it's your turn and asking for what the ACs are.
I want to know
That's how
what
you
the
role play.
other. So that's one of the other definitions of role players. If you have a role to play.
Yeah, you have an avatar, you have a chess piece, a coin on the map, moving it around in squares.
You're the car. You're role playing the car in Monopoly.
Yeah. Yeah, the car is the best piece because it actually gets you somewhere.
I like to take the iron.
The iron doesn't move.
Iron? Man.
What are you talking about? It irons the whole road.
It's either the car or the battleship. Because those
if
travel.
You're a child.
Always
This is what you do. What if you brought pieces from Clue into your Monopoly? Had more players.
Yeah.
The lead puzzle.
Smart.
The noose.
Kick it, Rick.
Facets or ideas of what role play is. Some people are just there to role play an archetype or a skill set. I want to be the face. I want to be the guy that flies the helicopter.
Archetype.
I'm going to be the guy that.
If you say archetype, you're not a role player. You're not a role player if you say archetype.
I like to say archetype. What's wrong with archetype?
Rick, you know.
Can't you guys agree with anything? Come on.
Kick Phil. Come
on.
I was never a role player. I fooled y'all.
Man, I was just role playing. I was just role playing, being a role player.
Yeah. And I thought I'd get away with it if it wasn't for you amazing kids.
I lean on archetypes. I lean on archetypes to intro a personality. Like
just say
if
character.
I'm doing if
just
I'm one
character.
Why? What's wrong with archetype?
It's cliche. You might as well be saying, I'm going to be playing a cliche for tonight, this evening, or a trope.
Yeah, but it informs you like
roleplay should inform
that you might like.
I'm a battle mage, rogue, kind of a thief dude who's half cat, half furry monkey.
Like an archetype would be like a protector. So like I'm going to be worried about everyone's safety all the time and coming up with ways to make things safer. That's how I will role play. And it's like a good way for me
I would just call that
a character into
I would call that like a goal or motivation or something.
I call it an archetype.
Aspirations.
You're speaking tomatoes and tomatoes.
Some people say archetype
words.
is whatever their clothing is.
That's what this whole argument started with 4D. It's just making a
Man, the 4D is collapsing during this live stream.
The fourth dimension, Shauna.
We're all gonna end up 1D players after this.
Shauna, from the fourth dimension, you have to say archetypes are cool. By the entire
has big plans.
Unravel.
That sort of thing.
Note in the future.
Some people might want to, they've got a character named Bob. They know everything about Bob. And they move Bob around like a token. He's a fully fledged character, and their role play is essentially moving Bob around. There are people more like me that want to be
Stop.
So he is.
He just says they just move the player around.
Yeah,
that's not role playing. How does he narrate his character?
Well,
moving
that's
around?
how they view role play. That's why I said everybody has their own version of what role play is. So we have just the same as you do. We have our.
Because what he described is a game turn for his piece.
So, our descriptions of role play are totally different.
I want to hear if he gives at least one more.
Okay. I have that experience. So my role play is acting like and making decisions as if I was Terrence McSweeney in Boston in 1931, where horrible mythos type things are happening, or other people, could declare that role playing or decide that role playing is not actually being in Bob or Terrence McSweeney's head, but representing them, portraying them, maybe in a very theatrical manner. But they don't necessarily want to be in their head or don't want to move them around like a token, but they want to, represent to you who is this person and act like them. Different people want different things, and there's different.
Yeah, different people want different things. We have agreed that we want one thing, and that is a
role play.
Role play.
This guy's trying to say role play without saying role play. Why don't they just say role play? If you say role play, you start thinking about role playing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they don't say role play, because then they'll have to start role playing. That might be the problem.
I understand the second
Maybe.
one, how it was different. Or the last one you said, where you're gonna be the character and act as the character.
Yeah, he was. Well, what he was saying.
What was the distinction?
The last thing he was saying was there's players that just want to move their pieces, and there's players that want to be theatrics, and then there's people that just want to be a character. Present their character. But then he stops because he's not a role player. So how do you explain that further? How do you explain how you present your character during a game session if you don't role play? How do you do that? I've been saying for years. Tell me where your character is and what your character's doing. That's role play. That's the bare minimum for role play. If you don't say those two things, no one knows what you are, or who you are, or where you are. Unless the GM talks for you.
Right up.
So, yeah. I was going to say something, but I'll save it for later.
Yeah.
Different kinds of role play.
Stay tuned.
And in fact, a lot of people don't want to role play at all.
That's true.
You know, once again, the 4D model or
99%.
thesis ignores the fact that
That's right. All right. So, Mike, Ivan Mike. Let's say, for example, there's 10,000 games out there right now being played. How many of those are going to be 4D role play? Right now, tonight, I would say none of them. Maybe one, maybe two.
Somewhere in Germany.
Somewhere in Germany,
I'm going to
there
say
might be
South Africa or Brazil or Germany or Australia. I don't know what time it is in Australia.
So, there you go. That's how many choices me, Shauner, and Phil have right now. You yourself, you have whatever 40,000 other game choices you can commit yourself to every night. No problem. That's our dilemma. Is we need to find other people that want to role play the same way we do. So for us to get that information out there to other people, they have to know what our definition of role play is. Otherwise, it's not going to work with us. So that's why we have a definition of role play. So we seek out other people that want to role play our way as well, and we accept them in. We help train them up, or anybody that's curious. We just bring them in. We'll do some practice, one-on-one practice, get them into the flow of how to do this. Once they've got that down, they can start playing with us in our open games, live plays, and have a great time.
Excellent. It's an excellent point. That's basically our standing social contract that we have all the time. So people know exactly what kind of game.
I teach people how to run games in 4D, and then they teach people how to run games in 4D. That's my goal.
Yeah. And if you're upset about us in the way that we seek out other people to play the same way we do, then that sounds like a you problem. We don't have options out there. There's only a few games that we can attend to. So obviously we're looking for more people that play like we do, or want to, watch our shows, watch our videos. We have live plays out there. You can see how it works, how we all stay in character. There's nobody going out unless, it's something like maybe one player slips up or something. Well, we're not knocking them down or going, ooh, whenever they do that.
We still do rules calls if the system's complex.
Sometimes
you go out of character for like difficult.
Well, oftentimes you guys are trying out a new game mechanic.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Well,
just to see if it works with 4D.
Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't work, and we'll go into explaining how we thought it didn't work or what we thought did work well.
I'm not getting this guy's upset with us vibe yet.
No, he's not upset with us.
No.
How can he get upset with us?
He doesn't understand it though, but
find a way.
It's the thing. Yeah.
Is a rat upset about being in a cage with fresh water and a thing of corn to chew on? Roleplay the rat, Phil. Are you happy?
Thanks for the corn, Shauna. Thanks for the corn.
I'm not happy. You're a freaking nocturnal critter that runs in the wheel all night and keeps me up.
Dr. Shauner, want to pass me the laboratory rat? We were about to do the procedure.
Gladly. With this
time,
one,
time for my
gladly.
injection.
Very well.
His eyes are still blue. Are we going to turn back to red or what?
That will be determined by
Science.
solution A. See, that's a role play.
Phil the rat.
No.
We have others. That was Phil number 2, though.
Yeah.
Phil number 1 was nice.
Oh, yeah.
Making up
much
player
more nicer.
characters
Number 2 ain't.
in 4D.
That's because
Ask
we
players.
Corn.
we hopped him up on solution X in his
Yeah.
corn.
Yeah. Trying to get rats to roleplay.
I'm an animal rat hybrid. Actually,
Say where you are in the maze and what you're doing. For the record.
lost. White walls are everywhere. I take a right. Think I smell cheese.
Perfect.
Awesome.
You didn't ask.
Squeak,
Is there
squeak.
walls? Can my mouse see the roll? Can I see the other end of the hallways? Do I need a torch? You didn't ask any of that.
Yeah.
Some nerd with glasses is above me. Staring at all times.
Someone holding a magnifying glass at me, trying to burn me with the sun.
All right, we gotta
All
get to
right.
minute 13. Otherwise,
Yes.
We're only halfway
You know,
through.
a lot of other intentions besides the experience they're talking about. And at the very least, it's kind of a thinly veiled statement that four-dimensional role play is better than other forms of play, which
It improves the speed of the game for those that are there to play the game. And
It helps to be an RPG snob.
Yeah. Stop being so sensitive about opinions. When people say things are better, it's an opinion and it's implied subjective.
You have to say, in my own humble
subjectivity
opinion.
is implied.
it's better for my experience, I would have to
I
say.
think it's better.
Speaking from truth here,
From objective reality.
I am a
Years of
snob,
experience.
superior, of course.
It's so irritating that people are like,
You know,
they say it's better. Like that matters.
they're not happy being in the 99%.
Why don't they play something they think's worse? I don't know.
There's like 40 people on Earth role playing, and they're saying bad things about us. Oh. It's called coping. These guys don't have coping skills.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
these
just
other
the same.
dimensions. Our style of play is better than the other thing that you want. And the fact is that a lot of people play for a lot of other reasons, including they enjoy the tactical situations,
Fun.
figuring things out, all that kind of.
Fun. Play it like a board game. Whatever you do it.
by friend. It's by social. It's by the way I socialize.
I also think board games are way better at
Yes.
being board games.
Yes.
Yes.
That's another
yes.
thing I think. I'm elite
Yes.
I'm an elitist about board games being better than your game.
I love board games.
I
And,
have tons of board games.
I don't want to waste my time with garbage combat mechanics.
yeah, there's a lot
What
better
about victory
board,
points?
board
I don't-
games in D&D.
I don't like victory points all that much in board games. You only play like 3 rounds, and whoever gets the high victory wins. Yes. Otherwise, the game is like 24/7.
Yeah.
Forever.
Depends on you.
But you get used to victory points.
Sure.
Puzzle solving and competition. They want to hang out with their friends and socialize and have fun. They want to have an immersive experience as the character without
I already know what he's
the
going to say.
necessity of making up anything.
What is he going to say?
Well, everything he says is what I say in my videos all the time. Having fun, hanging out with your friends, socialize.
It's about the social experience.
Everyone's lowest common denominator comes down to that when they fail at the idea of what role playing would be.
Yeah.
If I become a role player, will my friends start hating me too? Because they hate Shauner.
If you have the ability to have fun and social interactions, then do you still role play? Or is it only for that fun and social interaction that you don't have available in any other way. What do you do when you are covering those needs already?
I don't know.
What
if you show up to your weekly game and you say, "Hey guys, let's try role playing this time," and they're like, "What? You mean like acting? What? You mean drama class? You mean voice thespians?" That's what they're going to do.
First of all, you need to watch your tone. I am not worse than you. Like that stuff.
And you say, doesn't this feel like you guys? Doesn't this feel like we're just running the rounds here on a board game? We've been at this for 30 years. Same campaign, same characters.
Do you guys ever think that maybe we just wasted the last 30 years?
Maybe.
We've been combat. We just do combat sessions for 3 hours, and in a hallway or in a room somewhere. And where's the role play? I ask.
Yeah,
Shut up and sit down and just play.
Did you bring the wings or not?
I did a breakdown, which is kind of what did you call it? The golden ratio of the of role play, which people perceive as role play. So
60, 30, 10.
60, 30, 10. 60% of it is just nonsense. No. Yeah, it's just
no game. It's no game even.
Yeah. 30% would be, just, going on about little antics about things that aren't related to the game.
Out of character, sort of joking around.
Yeah, joking around. That sort of stuff.
Asking for AC and crap.
And then you get 10% out of that 8-hour game that you guys are playing. 10% of it is role play. Now, how much? That would be maybe about a half hour of actual role play throughout the whole 8 hours.
Actually.
Yeah, some player says, I go up the stairs and I look for the chest or the princess in the bedroom. And then the rest of the game is that same person just saying, I roll a 12, I roll a 15, I rolled a natural 1.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't say, he never says how if he got the princess, what he says to the princess, if they go back down the stairs from the bedroom with the princess. No, the GM just takes over and says, okay, so now you guys are in the forest. What do you want to do?
Yep.
And the princess is with you, and this and that.
The princess is the GM PC now, and she's helping you kill vampires.
I'm gonna co-create
with a butter knife.
And princess. Sorry.
But
it's like, you brought her along?
Yeah.
You better be worth something, princess.
Well, at least you're role-playing that part.
I had to roll a 15 to save your ass.
My goodness, adventure
outside
of
of
14.
Because they're dramatic, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of other things to be immersed in besides the kind of play that they're talking
immersed
about.
In rules.
So it's not necessarily that people are stuck
immersed in game mechanic strategies.
Immersed in the pool.
Committee decision, who gets to do what during this round.
Yeah.
I'll heal you while you shoot your arrows, and you, Lady Bird, you just stay in the corner because your area of effect kills us every time you use it.
Whole point is, why disparage on having like an in-character, through the eyes of your character experience for the entire session without any hang-ups with mechanics, all this other BS going on. What's wrong with having 100% actual play where you're role playing versus not getting anywhere with the game, just talking mechanics with your buddies and stuff? I mean,
once again, at the beginning of the video, he congratulates us on knowing exactly what we want and going for it. And here he is saying, what about all the other things that other people want?
Yeah, you guys do. You keep on doing that. We're not telling you stop, Mike. Ivan, Mike, you keep on doing what you want to do. Yeah. We are open to having people coming in and doing the role play that we do.
Think of it as a genre.
He might even say at the end of this, oh, by the way, I do 4D, by the way, in my games. Yeah. Thank you very much. We just don't call it 4D. Yeah. I see that a lot in these videos.
I could.
An experience other than the one that the 4D crowd is after, is that a lot of people just don't want it. Now, under the third issue, which logically follows that second one I just talked about, is that
I mean, it's fine to me if they don't want it. It's okay. I'm not gonna, lead the horse to water, so to speak. But if I'm gonna play the way I want to play, this is the way I play. So
you can tell Ivan's getting frustrated just being by himself in his garage, in his guitar, his guitar house.
His guitar house. Room. My place is starting to look like a guitar house. I'm just not showing it right now.
I got rid of all my my synth pianos and crap because I haven't played on any of them in forever.
After you moved to your grandma's luxurious library basement, which you inherited.
She okay. Now she did like.
She has cookies.
Well, it's a bunch of old books, Little Women and Moby Dick and Agatha Christie. But there's
First
some
editions.
There's some. You can't tell, but there's some Zane Greys back there. Ooh.
Yeah, I just been living with this monster, so
I don't like Charles Dickens.
I'm a bit of a collector.
I want to put my
descriptions
RPGs on
of
the
the lower dimensions of 1, 2, and 3. They're full of assumptions about the actual experience and engagement and attention.
Are we assuming things, Shauner? We see them. We see it happen. We see it all the time. You are just blind to it.
What are we seeing?
Well, we call these things dimensions because they're separate from each other. And that way, when you see a person struggling trying to explain roleplay without saying roleplay, they don't want to commit. If they say I'm going to tell you how to roleplay, and now they're going to have to figure out how do I get around this because I don't know how to do it myself. How do I? What tip? And then they'll change the subject of their video. Like it's bait and switch.
Yep.
But I like the idea of leaving it described as dimensions because they're separate from each other.
Yeah, and every new dimension adds a major component.
Yeah.
Like a dimension.
It would be nice if 1D plus 2D equal 3D, but 1D plus 2D just equals a rat nest game session at a convention, it sounds like.
Yeah. There's no adding them together. It doesn't work that way.
It's just more of the same.
Yep.
The people involved in play that's not 4D role play. And you really can't observe as much as you think you can by watching other people play. You can see their behaviors, but you can't really see the experience.
Stop.
What's going on there.
I'm just gonna say this. These guys don't watch our videos for the most part.
Mm-hmm. He says he did. Did you?
They usually watch they'll watch a minute and a half and go, "Oh, I already know how they do their stuff. Okay. I don't have to watch it all." Are they doing to our game sessions what we do to their game sessions? No.
Oh, I thought you were saying don't watch them.
I mean, I'll do a let's watch of someone's game session and just compare contrast. That's what I do. People just see me complaining about their friends or whatever. Say, Shauner, what are you doing? But I'm actually saying something. I'm letting the players speak in their game session, and then I pause, and then I say how 4D would do such things. Then I press play again. I'll say, I'm just as bad. I used to be just as bad as these players are right here. And I got tired of playing in these kinds of games. This is how I do it now. And then I'll show a game that's got 4D in it. But no one wants to watch those videos. They just see me complaining about their friends and go, thumbs down, comment down below. YouTube hides it from me because it's got harassment issues in their sentences.
Smart. So do you get less engagement or less views on the ones that are for our games?
Yeah, no one cares about our games.
They come for the hate watching.
If I put D&D in the video title, I get hundreds of views. If I just put RPG in the title, hardly any views.
You can call our games D&D.
There you go.
If you need to.
Oh, that would confuse so many people. They're not playing D&D.
I've never seen this.
You could put 4 D&D.
People get mad if you're not playing D&D
Yeah.
and you call yourself a role player. It's a no-win situation.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Garrity problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to,
guys. We're almost there.
I'm still trying to figure out Scott.
Just because somebody doesn't describe everything that they're imagining doesn't mean they don't have a really vivid and vibrant imagination. Just because they aren't sharing it with everybody else.
Stop.
Likewise, it's very possible.
Okay, I hear this every day. The 1D player, he's participating, he's imaginating, he's immersed. He's just not saying anything during the entire game.
Right.
Like what use is he at the game table then? But he's
a die
having
roller.
fun. He likes being told how amazing his character is after he rolls a die. He's just sitting there. He likes to be the audience. He's just enthralled with all that's going on in the game. But he's not helping. He's dead weight.
Yeah, it's an interesting standard. But no one's saying you have to describe everything that you experience. Who's ever said that? No one's ever said that.
Yeah, he doesn't know. He doesn't know the language.
Weird straw man.
It's almost like just word salad coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Trying to make up something intelligent.
Can you imagine how ridiculous this is? Like, yeah, no one's saying that.
Okay.
Let's
try to get through this.
Maybe it is a straw man.
Possible that people are immersed in and engaged in other aspects of play other than the.
Yep. I'm immersed in the color of my die.
What do you say? Other than what? Can you rewind it? Do the little give me a fiver. Give me a 5-seconder there.
Well,
you hit the left button.
And vibrant imagination, just because they aren't sharing it with everybody else. Likewise, it's very possible that people are immersed in and engaged in other aspects of play other than the kind of experience you're going to have in 4-dimensional play. So, yeah, that's another part.
How does he know? He doesn't even know what 4D play is to know what they're missing out on or not.
I don't think that sentence made sense. So I can't respond to it.
We should make a playlist of just these videos of people trying to explain 4D.
Somehow put like 9 panels, and they all are saying the same thing.
Oh, like Hollywood Squares?
Like that,
that would be cool.
Like CNN, NBC, all together, all saying the same thing. Yeah.
We're all here to have fun.
As long as you're engaged socially. What's happening?
You don't need to be a 4D player. We're all perfectly fine.
So if people are engaged in... Okay, so we're at 13. We can look at the chat now. Right? Let's do our chat things.
Dude, you gonna start bouncing them around there?
Yeah, I'll bounce
Go for it. Yeah.
Let's go back. What time is it? Okay, let's do it. Let's put a 30-minute hard cap on it. All right, boom, Max, you win the raffle.
Let's do this for a bit.
We don't discount the other goals. I keep saying if all you want is to hang out with friends, that's fine. If you want to play a war game with an army of one, a video game by hand, that's fine. Good description of the shortcomings of role-playing games when used for other purposes, for the darkness. Yeah. Go have a goal. Enjoy your goal. I discount the other goals. Do I discount these goals? I want you to know that I discount your goals because there are better ways to achieve them.
Or you tried them. You probably tried them already and didn't like it.
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
We're not saying that we come from the land of 4D and we do not understand this 1D of yours.
Let's drill into this little...
We've lived through it.
This little thing. So a role-playing game is really good at, if your GM allows it, at you being able to do whatever you want. So video games don't do that.
Like you can attempt everything that you want.
Yeah, as long as you can describe it, you can do it. As long as your GM is letting you. So I don't know. Maybe there's merit to doing that in other situations. Shauner, bro, you should review a 0-dimension role-playing game and just play clips from a rugby match. Smart.
Justin never says anything coherent. I swear to God.
but you know, he has kind of a point. Just watch something different.
I said
call
he was
it a zero.
I'll be. This is your stream. I'll be nice.
Thank you, Sean. For decades, there has been debates on what is role playing, and now we're putting an end to those debates once and for all.
That is it.
Oh yeah, the flag.
The flag has been planted.
All the pieces represent industries. I'm not sure what you're talking about here, Justin. I would not describe this as a coherent comment. No, sorry. The dog is the best piece. Oh, he's talking about Monopoly.
Okay.
Oh, do they? That's cool.
Oh.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. The dog is the best pawn in Monopoly. Well, I used to think that too when I was.
Are they pawns?
Pawns? What do you call them?
I don't know.
Pieces. That's what I call them. Pieces. Yeah, Mr. Max, that makes sense that the dog is the best, I guess. No, probably not. I've been trying out role-playing the hard way, save for combat. We regress back to beer and pretzels type game before we get back into serious RP once combat ends. Oh, because combat hurts you. I think this was in response to an earlier thing when they were talking about if battle maps are good.
See, the thing, I'm going to have to do a video on this. When I when I envision things as a game master, I'm not thinking in like what you are worried about for the spawner here. What you're worried about is your placement and everything and how you fit in the relationship between those pillars over there and whatever you're imagining.
Yeah.
Me as a game master for a 4D set, I don't care. I gave you all the tools. I said there's pillars. I said there's, places to hide, all these things. You can totally fit those in any kind of way. You can bounce yourself off the pillar and do some sort of action maneuver off the pillar if that's what you're imagining. The pillar can be as close to you or as far.
But Rick, the rules don't have rules for doing that in combat.
I know.
Where are the pillar rules?
Jeez. Well, we make it up. We'll go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and give you a bonus on damage or whatever.
I care about rules.
You need a second generation RPG to even do this stuff.
Yeah. A lot of it, you can't.
Skill based.
Yeah. The more
roll a d20, add a modifier. What's hard?
I guess the more open, vague it is, the more malleable it is to your situation.
Because you're already keeping track of the time. You're already keeping track of how much you can do in your turn. How long does it take to reload a rifle that has 8 bullets or something? You got to be thinking about that kind of stuff. Then aiming a gun, how long does that take to do? Then how far away is the person you're shooting at? You got to take that into account for your DM and stuff. Is it raining outside? Are you slipping in mud? Is there a boon or a bane roll for this?
That's right.
Are you talking about in a first gen or a second gen?
I'm talking about, just like any total party skills or Mongoose Traveler.
Oh, you're saying how you combat in your.
How to do combat without even looking at the rules. How do you role play combat? It's just a skill. You're just during your turn. You're just doing a skill check is all.
Yeah.
Instead of pulling this lever to get the drawbridge to open, I'm stabbing someone with my knife who's coming at me.
And you're using the same mechanic.
Same mechanic.
Either way.
Same amount of time to do it in. It's not combat round just because some guy's coming at you. Just because you pulled out a knife, it's now all of a sudden combat rounds.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of narrative combat, so I'm still kind of enjoying that to care about tactics.
Yeah.
Still kind of enjoying the whole exploring the idea of doing a narrative combat.
Usually you would pull out a rifle and you aim it at somebody, and then on your next turn you shoot the guy that you're aiming at.
So
if it's a pistol, you can pull it out and shoot if they're close by. Fast draw kind of a thing.
Yeah. Dog represents old money. I didn't know that. What if you bring the Monopoly pieces as weapon in Clue? This white has been murdered with the top hat. Now we're 4Ding.
It was lead.
I am the lead pipe.
I remember We lost our lead pipe, so I went to the garage and just bent a nail and cut off both ends of the nail. That was our lead pipe again.
It's hard to tear that crunchy combat from my group. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Bill is a Rapino. RP Ino? What do you think he's saying right here? Awesome.
Arpino?
Arpino? I am. True. Get him. Oh, this is when I was saying I like archetypes, maybe.
Yep.
Reminds me of a nurse arrested and smack coma victims that realize she's coming onto them. Slap faker. Crunchy combat can be fun, but then I can get that from a video game. Yes. True. In good roleplay, the players are aware of how much time they should take before others take a turn. Not one significant action or two minor actions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Traveler right there.
Kind of moving away from systems into narrative. That's kind of what I do. Sorry. I'm the guy that they're warning you about that doesn't care about your rules. I have rules of role-playing. If one of those 10K games is a 4D, it's a threat to all the other 9,999 games.
Well, like, in Traveler, the players are always saying, I'm going to take my one significant action, your major action. I'm going to take my two other action. Just do the thing. Just say what you're doing.
Yeah. Don't.
I have my extra action now. I'm going to use that now. Just do it. Just say it.
Maybe you should take a drink every time someone says action.
I guess. Whatever makes the game go quicker.
You've lost your spirit, Sean. What happened? Little did Ratfield know.
He's a broken man.
Cheese. Oh, no.
The horror. The humanity.
Okay, guys, go to bed. Well, good night, Justin. More games that have a win condition based on victory points always seem a little lazily designed to me. That's a pretty large swath of board games. But I agree. I hate counting victory points at the end. His issue is the implication that some style of play is better than another.
Superior, in fact.
His issue is the implication. Yes, I agree with that. And I also think...
Just because it's implied doesn't mean you have to allow it, I guess.
I am allowed to have an opinion. I should get a synth track. Or synth rack, excuse me. You have synth rack, right? Is that what you're saying?
Isn't it a bit late? It's a bit late for grown-ass men to worry about how role players are doing their thing after 50 years, No, you're just now finding out that there's role players in the hobby, and now you're like, oh.
Yeah,
they're looking at their life's choices.
As Dice Tales says in one of his videos, it's like you have to appeal to these younger crowd because old ways of role playing are boring and lame.
If these talking about the regular thing that you see out there, yeah, it is boring and lame.
Yeah, if you watch a Let's Play, probably trash.
Oh, most people don't watch their own Let's Plays. They'll just say in a heartbeat, I was in a game and it was 8 hours of combat and it was awesome. I highly recommend it. And then you say, you should watch it. You want to watch it with me? Because I'm going to watch it. And they're like, what do you mean you're going to watch my game? What are you going to do to it?
I'm going to like it.
People need to be self-aware when they say that their game was role-played when it wasn't.
Yeah. It's like Beetlejuice for Sean. Makes him watch it.
I can't wait to watch Jason's game.
Oh.
He said he role plays in 4D in his game session. I want to see it. I already know the answer, though.
Finally, another one. Someone that role plays in 4D, but also dislikes the idea of 4D.
Yeah. And
the
they'll
player
say,
imaging.
Go ahead.
The player, I think it means imagining, but not sharing anything, is like the tree falling in the forest when no one was there to hear. It's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My entire family was murdered by orcs, but you never told us, so we never knew. But I knew.
You guys didn't see, but I did shed a single tear.
It is right. You must pretend out loud.
You should have told us. I don't know how. Teach me to speak. You've been in our game for 20 years. You've never said a word.
Have you guys noticed that he never talks? Is that true?
My house burned down. My entire family died. That was 10 years ago. I'm just now telling you this.
Like in reality?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is my turn.
You poor thing.
Is it what? My character is a mute paraplegic Shauner. That's why my character doesn't do or say anything all session.
Oh, that's cool. I would role play the shit out of that player character.
Yeah. I
would role play that player role playing in the game.
Yeah. I do a lot of grunting and wiggling, and I make sure everyone knows.
Yeah, I've role played characters that have no limbs and can't speak in games. Those are fun.
Yeah.
You have to have the GM has to allow for inner thoughts out loud kind of a thing.
It's either that or you have the other players speaking for him. Oh, that just means he needs to pee right now.
No. 2 beeps means yes.
Someone needs to wipe for him. I look at the woman. All right. Anyway, what he is saying is people are engaged in the way in the play with other things than role play.
Yes.
I'm engaged in character generation. I'm engaged in looking at my character sheet, seeing how I can win the game.
I'm engaged in looking at other people play.
I have a new feat. I wonder how it works. So engagement here.
Doing role playing adaptation. Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, Arpino is role player name. Oh, Rapine. Oh, yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Obviously. Throw that into the lexicon, guys.
There we go.
What would I call that? We had a name for that, right?
In name only?
No, just when someone says they're a role player and you watch their game and you don't see any role play from them. Or we would just say 1D or 2D.
Yeah. Let's try to get a chunk of this in here.
Okay, let's see what else we can glean from this.
Part of it. The fourth thing really isn't a problem with those descriptions, but it's more like the claim of the kind of experience that 4D roleplay is going to produce. More notably, the claim that it's going to produce more in-character play. And so we'll talk about that a little bit.
Pretty solid.
I'm sure it gives them precisely what they want. So, I mean, once again, kudos to them for identifying this. But I don't believe it can produce...
But there's always a but.
Yeah, there's the but.
In-character as character play. And in fact, even the description they have for third-dimensional roleplay can provide some problems for people wanting an immersive and in-character experience. So what the heck do I mean? I do have some observations on watching their play and the kind of experience they end up creating, but first let's talk about this. So certainly, for anybody that wants a really immersive in-character experience, either in the imagined situation or in the head of their character, in-character as character, they want to minimize the impact of, let's say, mechanics.
To deconstruct 4D into a better 4D?
I think he's talking about 3D as far as it's going to ruin people's...
It sounds like he's doing the thing where he's going to make it his own or something.
He says 3D messes with people's immersion or something.
Well, we'll see. I'll go back a little bit and see what
I'm a 3D. Here. For the record, I'm just a 3D role player for the most part.
Act of, let's say, like mechanics on the experience. They don't want to constantly be referring to the mechanics. And I've got a ton of videos talking about that.
Don't bring the book
and
to
going
the game.
Back and forth from being in character in the situation and discussing mechanics. Well, that produces a switching cost. Gives us divided attention.
Oh, okay.
However,
stop. Yeah, 3D means in character.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to be opening books. You're not going to be talking about mechanics.
Correct.
You're in character. That's what 3D is.
Yep. Agreed.
That's only what 3D should be, in character.
And
pretty much.
Yeah, it is in character. And 4D is just we're allowing the co-creation. So your basic of role play is 3D. not 40. It's 40 is just like an added thing that we snap onto it.
Yep.
It becomes kind of natural once you get past that 3D, learning to stay in character. Then you start to learn, I can subtly bring out these little nuances. A sewing machine has a pair of scissors in there. A washroom will have a roll of toilet paper in there. Even though the game master didn't say a roll of toilet paper, it just shortcuts to, instead of going, is there a roll of toilet paper in there? And then there's a debate going back and forth between your game master and player for the next 10 minutes on whether or not there's role play. There's roll.
Can I flush the toilet?
You imitated me perfectly just now. For the next 10 minutes.
That was a good shot.
There we go. So, yeah.
Kick it.
Anything else? Okay.
No, I'm good.
For some people, not talking about the rules at all and the avoidance of mentioning mechanics while using them can produce its own switching cost. And for some of us, that can be even more taxing than...
What's the switching cost? What is this switching cost he's talking about?
Switching between out of character, in character, in mechanic, out of mechanic.
It's like a cost of immersion.
Well, yeah. The thing is,
I'm doing the thing. How much do I have to roll?
Yeah, we know that there's going to be some form of maybe a bit of mechanics being brought up, but we try to minimize it as much as possible.
So, Rick, can I mention an old school thing that I'm about? I come from the old school of role play, which is I'm in a mess hall and there's a spill of some sort. I don't just say I go to the mop room and get a mop and bucket. I'm an officer. I don't do those kinds of things. But what I'll do is I'll bark at an NPC, clean up this mess. And then the NPC will say to me, we have no mops, we have no buckets. We're rationing. We jettisoned all the extra weight from the ship. But in a 4D game, I could say, I go to the closet and get the mop and broom or whatever so I can clean up this mess. But then the GM's going to be like, oh man, I didn't want to mop in this game session in my story.
Well, you already time violated. You have to go into the closet first.
But we're
like the closet's
beyond
like
that though.
It's like a locker in a same mess hall room or something.
The thing is, if you're
you gotta give me a shot. You gotta give me a shot.
Or I'll say to some NPC, we'll get a mop and clean this place up, and they'll either say okay or they'll say you get a mop. They're down the hallway if you want one. Meanwhile, there's no gravity, so the mac and cheese is floating in the air and crap.
It's hard to. The 0G mops are weird. Like a Swiffer. Yeah.
All right.
And simply surfacing out of our immersion in character or in situation to say the numbers, to say make a sanity roll or core flirt dice roll. This can actually be more disruptive to immersion in character. And it really depends.
Then what?
But is it even more disruptive than your buddy there playing a little D game, while he's trying to play the game with you? He's
bi-immersive. He can be immersed in Xbox and in the game session. Okay. I don't use the word immersion. So I think when he says in and out, or what does he say? Mix match? Anyway.
Switching costs.
Switching costs.
I think he's talking about immersion. You're going in and out of immersion.
That is what
but you've got way more switching costs when it comes to being 1D or 2D type of a player.
Yeah, just strictly 2D.
Just 3D. But he
doesn't know what 3D is then.
He added 1D to 2D to get his 3D. So now he's like, oh man, this 3D is so complicated. How can you stay immersed?
Okay. Yeah, maybe I see. He is a liar. He did not watch any of our sessions or anything.
I don't know if he's a liar, but he.
What's happening right now? What are we talking?
People can watch our videos and walk away.
He's a liar.
People can walk away from our videos and say, I do that too.
Okay.
That's me.
I think
they're talking about me.
It is
living
more
vicariously.
I think it's more likely that you're going to have switching costs if you say more out of character stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel like the speed bump is bigger.
How about this? I have an idea. How about just stay out of character and there's no switching then, right?
That's true. You don't have to go in character.
Yeah.
Just
be
ask
immersed out of character.
Just
immersed in your own way.
Just ask as many questions as you can so that nothing actually happens in your game.
That's right. You bring that 10 down to a 5. So now it's a 60, 35, 5 is what you have.
This is how they'll look. This is how they'll argue it. They'll say, I'll say you guys were in a tavern for 2 hours straight in this game. And they'll say, well, actually, only 1 minute went by in our game.
Yeah.
See how far we can get. Come on.
Upon the person. For me, a lot of times it depends on the game, depends on the system. There are those times when I'm making too many, there's too much translation going, okay, well, what is the signal word for this? And what is the signal word for an advantage? And all these kind of things and blah, blah, blah. And there's a point where, like, let's just say what it is. It'll take less time, less mental energy, because let's be honest, our attention is always going to be
So,
divided.
Rick, how are you rolling nowadays? I used to ask for roll results, critical hit, failure, average success. I used to ask that for my players. But since being in your game, I'm thinking you don't even have to say that. You just do the result instead of say what your result is. Since we're describing what we do anyway after the roll, we don't need the GM to tell us what happens if we succeed at a roll, do we? Depending on the social contract and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it depends on how we set it up. We do have a little thing in our notes for all that for our contract. We will have it. Listen. Do we describe failures? Do we describe successes? All that kind of stuff. So we'll have an outline, whatever it is that we feel.
I think I saw Mr. Max say that he likes the idea of the player describing everything after the die roll. Not just failures or success, but all of it.
Yeah, that can work in a sense that if I can go ahead and broadcast whether or not that was like a death blow or something like that, then he knows the end result of what he just did. Then it would be something that he could utilize that way. So
I guess it depends on the mechanic.
So on the in Crispy's game, we're going to be describing our successes and failures. So, and then he's going to describe his NPC's successes and failures.
Because in the old days, the GM would describe everything, right? So on the social contracts I used a long time ago, like, more than 10 years ago, we thought, well, we should be able to describe half of that, either the good stuff or the bad stuff. Just so the players get some say in things. But you're taking 4D to a new level.
Yeah. What he's saying here is a lot of, it's very subjective because he's still thinking in the 1D game master mindset. And when you go into 3D, you are a totally different game master. You have to get rid of a lot of baggage in order to get to the 3D. 4D is like even more of a stretch for you to pull off that. Do I care whether or not everything I describe is infinite? Do I do the so much detail? You don't worry about that anymore. You're not even concerned about.
If you're not saying you anymore, you don't even have to say anything about that.
You just describe the area. You give them the points that they could work with.
Just say just say the wind blows at you. Don't say you feel this wind blowing on you. You feel the wind in your hair. No, just say, the hair blows your wig off. The shotgun blows off your kneecap. Something like that. You just say what happens to the player character.
You can get players for that too.
It's
like every layer of GM needs the same level of player.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
It's like if I say the cold wind blows and the player's like, I'm walking to the store. Like, but did you hear about the cold wind? Did you want to grab your jacket or something?
The player should at least say burr.
Remember when I said that thing about the wind? Anyways.
I have my Bermuda shorts on, bare chested. Yeah. I tear off my wife beater.
I'm just running through the chats here. Roll D20 opens
Human
up.
if it wasn't. If mechanics are involved in the game, we're going to be paying some attention to that, whether we're speaking numbers or using signal words or whatever. Part of our mental bandwidth is going there.
Right.
And depending on the person, it might be more taxing to avoid it. And
we don't do that.
And go around it.
We want to do that, but we don't do that. We don't use we don't use code words to signify anything really.
I mean,
much.
the more
not a bunch.
The more we play with each other, the more we can read off of each other too. We discovered that's been a little bit more easier every time we play with each other. So,
but we're not opposed to saying difficulty 8.
Yeah, it's real like quick and okay, and away you go.
Yeah. Can't be. It's hard to get 100% role playing.
Now
reason,
I'll say, you know, for this neck of the woods, any rolls you do are going to be Bane rolls.
That's what I want to do.
Sure, yeah.
But even that's out of character, right?
Yeah, but you're out of character for what? 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's my point.
Trying to get at least 80% role play.
I'm just pointing out he's making another straw man of something that we don't actually do.
I bet they're all stage
and
actors.
More direct and less taxing.
Oh, this came up.
Can you explain more on social? Can you explain more on social contract? Tells the players whether they can describe successes, failures, whatever in between.
It goes game to game. You know, it depends. Yeah, you just go ahead and make one. There's
you have to have a social contract before you even start a game. Otherwise, your game will be unmemorable.
4D has an implied contract in it. So there's a bunch of rules, but Crispy went ahead and wrote it all out in his social contract for the game we're going to run.
Oh, that's cool.
But in basically, it's just a little page of stuff that is expected of the players.
You're fusing the role play with your game mechanic you're using.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what you try to do.
So the social contract will say players will describe their failures and successes. That's how it works.
Do you want me to bring up a social contract or
no?
Bother?
No.
No.
You'll lose all your views right now.
That's
this one. Yes, I say if you have an idea for result description, just go for it. If you draw a blank, as a GM, I'll step in. But I like when players do most of it.
Yeah.
Only tried to RP the successes so far. Yeah, it's when you let the players role play their failures, they sure do put themselves into some hell. You need players you can trust. Heroism requires adversity. Yeah. All right, I'll stop.
Yeah, and there is a thing of trust between you and your players, you know, and it's the thing you got to build.
It helps if you make videos on your YouTube channel, so people can see who you are, where you stand, what you're either for us or against us.
All right.
To kind of just break immersion in a different way to just talk about the numbers. In a more extreme way, there's can be some possibility for miscommunication, especially once more complicated systems get involved. Now it's possible to invent a code language for just about any system.
Okay, stop. The key word, I guess the key thing is don't use a first-gen RPG. Toss those. That's just a war game with fantasy elements.
Yeah, if you're playing
you
GURPS.
have to read the rules. Yeah, GURPS, Rifts, Hero, even Shadow Dark. Just throw that stuff away. Find yourself a role-playing game.
Just got it.
Use it for mine ideas from.
One other thing that we do that eliminates a lot of this code language stuff that he's talking about, which we don't use, is we pretty much let the players decide the abilities that they want to use to do a thing and just kind of expect them to narrate their action base to mirror the
And
role
as you
that
do
the
that,
yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's trusting your players to, roll, and maybe as they describe things, they may be describing that they're doing something dexterously, or with a bit of oomph and muscle power, you're getting the idea of strength or dexterity or whatever. I mean,
oh, you mean describe without using what die roll you're going to use?
yeah. I mean,
exactly.
You could your
I don't
game
want to
master.
care. I don't care what the player's rolling for. I don't want to know. Just tell me what you're doing. I trust that you know what skill you're rolling for already.
That's right. I mean, it's good for them to emphasize maybe that they're doing it, more manhandly or dexterous. That will give you something that you could kind of pull in there as a potential problem that occurs with the pipe or whatever he's working on.
Makes the fail state interesting too.
Yeah.
But you're going to describe it anyway, so who cares? Yeah.
Engaging with. There's no real way around that. Now, a cynic would say that maybe sometimes the system in 4D role playing is being ignored, but there's no really way to see that. I don't want to make that accusation, but the more you get into that and not talk.
In 4D, 3D actually. Don't use all the rules. Use the rules you need to role play. The rest could be optional rules.
Yeah. Can you imagine using homebrewed rules? Who does that?
I don't add rules.
Everyone.
I don't change rules. I don't add rules. I just don't use all the rules.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's easier just to strip out the stuff that makes it not to how you want to play it out.
If there's a game in the game, to use the skill, you have to now play this little mini game with dice for 10 minutes. No,
Traveler is one of those where it has the little mini games for bringing up your how much cargo you have and stuff like that, or what you find, and all these other things. And you just strip all that stuff off, and
you're a broker looking for trade while you're at a starport. Every once a day you roll to see if you find something. I don't know. This is just nonsense.
Yeah.
Even Mark Miller says that's nonsense, and he wrote the game.
So, I mean, if you were playing solo or something and you wanted to have that kind of thing, you'd be rolling for all that stuff. Sure, fine, if your players are interested in doing that and they're not role players, they can do all the rolly things. That's fine.
That means that we do
Traveler's
try
not
to
a simulator anyway.
We actually do use rules.
But we don't do that.
We don't do the whatever nonsense.
If you see me make a roll while I'm describing something, I'm just helping. I'm letting the dice decide for me because otherwise my subconscious might always pick the certain way all the time.
We're always thinking like in terms of a movie, like what would be entertaining to watch, what would be entertaining to be participating in. And the other thing you say where the audience groans when they see something stupid happen. Yeah. So you're not going to be doing that crap or anything. You want to have a good experience with your other players and the game master, and so you don't enter in all that kind of BS. I mean, if you do, you do, but don't expect us to pop you back in there, for the next session.
Yeah, don't be the player that makes the other players hide their face when you say your turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep hiding your face, Shauner.
Did he actually just go there with his 1D idea?
Oh my God.
So he's not saying we're ignoring the rules. Okay, thank you.
He's saying perhaps, maybe, sort of, kind of, there's a chance that
certain critics say.
Yeah, but if he saw our videos, he would be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, we roll dice on screen, so
sure.
How much you guys get done in 2-hour game session? A lot.
A lot.
I mean, how much do these guys get done in their 2-hour session? They're still 10%. In the same hallway.
Nothing.
10%.
They went from room 2 to room 3 on the map.
15 minutes. 3 hours going up that one hallway.
3/5.
I've seen that so many times.
a scene that in a movie would be less than a minute, they spent 2 hours in.
That's right. So we're thinking movie-wise.
Watching a video in 2 hours.
Yeah,
it's kind of like an allegory for role-playing games.
There we go.
Yeah,
this is it.
This is the case. Every time we press play, that's like a 2D game actually playing role-playing game.
There you go. Let's go.
Talking about mechanics, the more likely that is to be an option. I personally value clarity over uninterrupted immersion, even if we have to break out a character momentarily, just to be clear what's going on mechanically. So once again, your mileage may vary.
So clarity is something that we do not prioritize. You do
mechanic-wise, probably.
Oh, clarity and mechanics. I thought he meant like clarity.
Do I roll the D10 or the D12?
Picture.
You should already know the rules.
Yeah. Rules mastery is handy.
It's part of your due diligence as a player. Know the rules. It's part of the social contract.
Yeah, the GM thinks they're the ones who have to teach people constantly throughout their whole adult life.
If they open 2 doors in a 2-hour session, that's good. And as we know, role-playing games are all about opening doors to get to doors. That's true. Imagine if you had automatic doors.
Oh my God.
All sci-fi.
Tearing the time continuum.
Doors that automatically open.
Barnes & Noble doesn't have those yet. I don't know why.
But that can actually be a detriment to, the feeling of being in character and being immersed in the situation.
Can it? Example.
Never asking questions.
Example it.
Well, he won't say her names, so he's not going to give an example.
He's saying clarity of rules can harm in-character experience. I agree. Know that you should know the rules. Right? Isn't that what he's saying? Did I misunderstand? I agree. Okay.
Moving on.
That can produce a similar set of problems. Now, certainly, most questions to the game master can be asked in character via interactions with non-player characters, like they talk about, or intention, narrating what you're looking for, what you're examining. I love the example.
We example all this stuff in our games. There's no problems with it.
Yeah.
Have you noticed a problem with it?
No, but what happens is they see your video, Rick, where you're explaining how to role play, but then they say, he's making that up. That's impossible. There's no way he could be doing what he says he's doing, because they don't bother to watch the actual plays.
I don't think he's criticizing it, guys. At this point, he's about to throw the butt.
He's about to.
Yep. He's going to have a butt.
The butt on. Example my friend Anthony gives about, like, I run to the garage, and instead of asking, well, is there a crowbar in the trunk? You say, well, I'm looking around for a crowbar or anything else I can use as a weapon, because I know this guy's behind me and I'm pretty sure he's after me and I'm going to want to whack him.
Stop. Why would Ivan Mike be saying this in a game? Is he talking out loud? Is he in their games? Are they allowed to say what their characters are thinking? Is he just talking out of character?
I mean,
he could have stopped at his first sentence. He could have stopped at his first sentence.
Was he doing dialogue with the ex-wife who is still hauling off the kids and he hasn't seen them in years, but he's come back for the car for some reason?
It's a weird internal dialogue to say, because I know this guy's behind me. Have you ever thought that in your life?
Mitigating his inner dialogue.
Yeah, his first part was okay. Let's do that here. And
instead of asking, well, is there a crowbar in the trunk? You say, well, I'm looking around for a crowbar or anything else I can use as a weapon, because I know this guy's behind me.
So
he's planning his future move.
Yeah.
Instead of saying what he's doing in the present, he's saying what he's going to do in the future. Yeah. For the next 3 turns, I'll be watching the hallway with my crowbar in case someone comes at me.
That's fine.
So, I don't know. We try not to talk as much as that. When we do our descriptive.
Don't do metagaming. Don't do metagaming talk in character.
Yeah.
I agree.
Me, and I'm pretty sure he's after me, and I'm going to want to whack him with it if he gets violent.
See, he's talking about the future.
And I never.
Yeah.
Future is
I want to do the first action or do a second action, which would involve a third action, and then I can continue on with my. Just worry about the first action. That's all you.
I want to swing the pipe at the nearest thing that comes with me while all this is going on.
First thing he would be doing is looking for that crowbar. So he's looking for a crowbar. Next person.
Yeah, that's it.
It's you don't go on and on and on. Yeah, exactly.
In a zombie movie, the camera shows the girl reloading, and she's reloading her rifle or shotgun. The other guy, he's going through toolboxes in the shed looking for axe or knife or whatever, drills, a valve for a bike tube or something.
It does.
I'm getting held by a zombie, and I'm thinking they're about to bite me, and I really want to get away from them right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was my turn. So I would word it.
I'd be peeing in a corner in the fetal position somewhere.
No.
Yeah,
it's over, man. It's over. I'm the NPC. He wants. I want a new NPC, so I'll have mine killed by the zombies.
Or ask the game master, is there a crowbar? But I'm pretty much, still stating this question in a different manner that's actually in character.
Yeah.
In real life, we use our senses and judgment all the time. And what we're doing, we're asking questions about the environment.
No, don't do this. Stop. This is Condor DM. He's been watching Condor DM videos now. In real life, we ask ourselves questions. At your job, you're always asking questions at your job.
Do you always do that? Do you walk outside and go, I wonder what the weather is like? No, you look outside, see what the weather is. Game master can say overcast with a slight bit of showers in the air.
Every day you ask your boss, is it time for me to leave? I've clocked out.
I don't know.
By making estimations, can I actually make that jump from this rooftop to the other rooftop? And sometimes these
game master could
God answers.
Yeah. You make the. Do I care whether or not that gap is going to be too far or too close? Or you're doing action is great. You're just it's cool stuff you're doing. I'm not going to interfere with that. I'm not going to say, but that gap is way too far. I don't care about that stuff as a game master. You're doing cool actions. Stuff is happening. Bullets are flying. People are screaming. Buildings are burning.
Anyways,
how tall is the mountain?
You are gone.
How high can I climb?
questions that we're asking in real life are, how big is that door? Do I think I can make this jump?
Does knowing the size of that door really affect
are we going to stop every 3 words? What are we doing?
Does it look plausible? Now, in cases like that, players like me find they're unable to make informed decisions if they can't get some more reliable information, about their senses and about their own sense of judgment. And for a lot of us, that immediately.
So the game master's supposed to fill in all that, of course, telling them how they feel,
you used to do that. I used to do that.
I know.
The door. It seems like an archway in front of you. It appears to be a door opening.
Yeah.
Get
the
concise.
door seems ajar.
Yeah. Don't remind me, Shire. It's bringing back bad memories, please.
Well, I still remember my GURPS games.
Yeah. I mean, we've all done it.
Yeah.
Immersion in character because we don't have reliable information about the environment. So sometimes we need to ask some questions, or this ushers in the other issue.
The rule is you never ask the GM questions. That's the rule. That's the rule in 3D. You never ask the GM questions.
That's right.
Welcome to Roleplay now.
World reality. And this is the hallmark of 4-dimensional role-playing, which I contend makes it harder and harder to have an in-character as character experience.
Roleplay the hard way.
People like myself.
He doesn't.
make you pause it.
Yeah, he doesn't know what roleplay is.
Did you watch Dell's video in his car? He just does gibberish talk the whole time for 30 minutes, trying to sound intelligent.
Oh, really?
I haven't watched Jason's video yet, but I think he says that he plays minimally, like the lowest common denominator. So he fits in with everybody who's not role-playing. And he's having fun.
Curious to see if this guy
prefer to have that experience.
What's that?
I'm curious to see how this guy says that co-creation is less character, I guess because you're creating something that's not.
You have to be out of character when you create stuff. I guess.
I guess what is in character, it's in the game, out of the game. I mean, I guess you'd have to be describing the world.
When I describe my turn, I'm
it's kind of like saying the GM is always out of character. Is the GM always out of character?
I lean on my elbows over the banister and I look downstairs to see if someone's in the grand room, in the grand hall. Now there's a banister upstairs. There wasn't one before.
Yeah. You just filled in more details, something I could use as a game master or, anybody else can. You're just filling in details.
Or
it's covered in bees.
Do I really care if there's a banister?
In the earthquake, you're watching the chandelier swing back and forth. Now there's a chandelier in the room.
So that's the thing is, to these guys, this is important. This is important.
It's the story. He wrote a story. He prepped. He's going to tell a story.
To me, it's not important.
That's not what you do in my story.
When players co-create, they're adding to the narrative. They're adding things that even I can use later on.
Yeah.
And it's just building. It's just building on, and you just go with it.
Yeah. Good call, Flame Zombie. You're so smart.
There you go.
So you can certainly co-create in character. That's a perfect example.
You're describing your action.
Kick it.
When you're responsible for creating game world reality outside the character, it can be immediately disruptive to the in-character as character state and get you completely out of character.
Can it?
So this isn't due to being unable to make things up, or
this is
practice in making things up, or being scared to make things up or hesitant. It's about that actual process being disruptive to the in-character as character experience. And to a large,
I call that the Wizard of Oz, what he just said. Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain.
I don't know that he explained it very well. Or at all. Okay.
He's just trying to say that I'm the real deal. Don't listen to these three guys over here on the left. We're the man behind the curtain, basically. He's saying what I say is good.
Well, he's wrong. What we say is good, and what he says is dumb.
He's Ivan's the Wizard of Oz. That green thing from the movie with the green smoke, or he's Zardoz, the head floating around. Passing out rifles to everybody.
Zardoz on the guy in Big, the fortune telling machine.
Zardoz.
Oh, there might be. That might be his name. Zoltan. It's usually called Zoltan or Zoltar.
Yeah, Zoltar. You're right. Okay, good.
It's a matter of scale. To state that I have a pocket knife with me.
I'm having such
or that my old psychology professor is still in this town, and so he's a contact of mine. That's not terribly disruptive because these things are natural, logical extensions of the character. They are now, the game masters to do with what they will. But
I pick a dime.
It's not disruptive now. Great.
I pick a dime up from the curb so I can make a phone call.
Yeah. So is it disruptive or is it not disruptive? Sounds like you said both.
I don't know. I added a dime, I added a sidewalk, and I added a phone booth.
He's thinking as a 2D game master, yes, it's disruptive because it's not what he has lined up in his little notebook of things that the players are supposed to go through. As a 3D 4D game master, you're not too 3D, you're not too bothered, but 4D, awesome. It adds to what you're doing. So
what he might be trying to infer is that he has players he doesn't trust. So it's not a good idea.
There you go. We vet our players.
Just say no to roleplay.
Really helps when everyone.
The mighty Oz has spoken.
It also helps when everyone GMs because you don't want to.
Yeah.
I mean, the players don't. The players, in my humble, honest opinion, the players don't GM as much as the GM does.
Sure.
Hmm.
They get to do some creation, but they don't do the. They don't get to create more than what the GM did.
Of course, GM is the authority.
The GM decides if you live or die.
That's right.
Exactly. Your life is in his hands.
In real life.
Interjecting something that makes sense in that way. If I'm in a McDonald's, it's not disruptive for me to declare there are French fries and maybe in a burger. It's not disruptive to my in-character experience to say that I go behind the counter and try to pick up the mop or unscrew the mop handle from the mop, like Coming to America, or look for anything else that I can use as a potential weapon, because these two thugs, the game master just declared that these two thugs have entered the McDonald's and looks like they're going to rob the place. That's not disruptive either, because I'm
not disruptive.
Once again declaring things that should be in the environment, but I'm looking for them. And my
thoughts? Is it disruptive?
I don't see a problem with the character hopping over the front counter and grabbing the mop near the fry machine and using their foot holding the mop while they unscrew the stick from it.
As long as that's like 3 turns. Yeah.
That's like 4 turns, though.
Yeah.
You are not just going to hop over a front counter at McDonald's without consequences.
Not without confronting a sassy drive-thru lady.
Yeah.
There you go.
The guy cleaning the bathrooms, he comes out with his stuff and he's like, you not
He's got his own mop and he's about to duel you.
He has the mop he won't share with because that's his mop.
So
that's my lucky mop.
If Ivan Mike, if you are the game master and you let your players run 4 rounds in a row all at once, then that's a you problem. We do not do that. We try to keep everything within reason. If it's conversation, might go on for maybe a 3-round exchange back and forth just to keep that conversation in context.
Just to be clear, this
Rick,
is an example of not disruptive. So he still hasn't given an example of what would be disruptive.
So Rick, let's say the GM tells you that some thugs come into the lobby, the dining room of McDonald's, and you're in line already, and you see they're going to rob the place. Now it's your turn. How much of Ivan's moves would you say in your first turn?
Just one. Just one.
You're standing on the counter. You haven't gone over the counter yet.
I'm hopping over the counter. That's my move. There we go.
Half-ass, half off on the counter.
There. It's doing it. It also depends on the game system too.
Straddling the counter.
Sometimes you're looking at the rounds as a particular kind of measure. So if you're
I would do a butt swoosh or spin on the counter.
So if you were in a Xenoplicity game, you have a minute worth of stuff you can do within your
that's
round.
too long for me.
So that it depends on the game system that you're using. So if your turns are 6 seconds, do the 6 second kind of eyeball rule in your head.
I'm used to real time.
Yeah.
So
it depends on what kind of context your turns are.
Okay, so your next turn, what
examples?
Okay.
Sorry, Sean.
Phil wins.
My intention is what to do with them. However, it starts to become disruptive to my in-character experience if I'm creating the businesses that are next door to that McDonald's, or there's a black car that just pulled up, or the black car where those thugs just pulled up and they walked in. It's really, really disruptive to me if I start to declare what the environment does.
I'm okay with the deciding what the next outdoor businesses. That seems like nothing.
Mhm.
A car drives up to a McDonald's. That seems normal.
Well, like a limo pulls up to the front of the store,
Yeah.
not the drive-through.
I don't think you should be able to 4D.
And the thugs came out of. But would you say a car pulls up to the front and two thugs come out of the car?
Nope. Just
that
just
seems
pulls up.
like
I don't role play NPCs.
I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do
I would like to roll NPCs if I'm in a game where the GM's role playing my character.
Yeah. You say that, but I don't think you want that. I don't think you want switch mode.
Like when the GM fudges his dice, I want to be able to fudge my dice too.
Yeah. Yeah. What city's the McDonald's in? I mean,
it's just a strip mall. There's an abandoned video library.
New Hampshire, or is it in
Hollywood? There's a
Detroit?
Hollywood Video or a Blockbuster next door that's half burned up.
Yeah.
Bums tweaking out
Easy.
there. The other side is a Jiffy Lube. Obviously.
There's a guy standing outside with an arrow.
It's just that you probably want to say those things soon because the other players are filling in what's around the McDonald's as well.
That's right.
And if you say later on, oh, the Jiffy Lube next door, and the player's like, oh, I was thinking there's a C's Candy there.
Well, why don't you has initiative? And they win.
Because they were gonna narrate going to the chocolate.
Yeah, they're about to take my Jiffy Lube idea away. So why do they win?
It depends on the
person that
scope.
says it wins.
Depends on your scope and who looks out a window first. I mean, you came to the McDonald's, so you probably saw all that stuff before you even went into the McDonald's. Unless he probably moved his characters into the McDonald's from some tavern somewhere.
Just as you're parking, you go, I see a Jiffy Lube. And the other guy's like, damn you.
Saw first.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
In response to my actions. So it's one thing if I narrate that I go over to the nearby telephone booth and I call for a cab. It's another thing entirely. It becomes much more disruptive to my in-character experience if then I narrate that the cab shows up to get me. Two very, very different things.
That takes a while there. It's going to take a while for that cab to get there. So.
Yeah, he's doing fast travel.
Yeah, time travel or time violations are bad. I agree.
That doesn't happen, and you know.
What's the setting?
Once again, he agrees with us. What's
the time? What's the era? In the old days, taxi cab drivers would show up and wait for you. Nowadays, with Uber, if they don't feel like, if they drive by the McDonald's and they don't see you out there the first minute, they just keep driving and they say, oh, I'm not picking up this person.
Yeah. I'm doing.
Then you have to call again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, all these complaints that he's bringing up are things that aren't done in the game. It's, he's assuming that we're doing like these turn things going on. It doesn't work that way. It's
strong.
You have to stay with the concise kind of idea of rounds, so everybody gets their turn. It's not like a free for all kind of thing.
I'm glad he says he's really happy with us, though.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
So that that creation of game world reality outside of my character, what makes sense for my character, outside of the extensions of my character, that really interferes with the whole idea of
outside
like action, reaction, interaction with non.
Outside of the senses?
I don't narrate stuff outside my senses.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not going to say what's down a block from here before I even go outside to know if there's a street outside or not.
I'm 4Ding Galactus coming to eat the world.
We'll see if that's what he said here.
GM.
Outside of my character, what makes sense for my character, outside of the extensions of my character, that really interferes
outside
with
the
whole
extensions.
Idea of like action.
What's the extensions of your character mean?
Well, he's a character guy, so he's going to say you can only role play with what you have on your person.
Oh, so okay.
We say outside of our character.
So like his car would be an extension of his character?
Outside the extension would be things that don't belong to you. You shouldn't be narrating about.
Oh, okay.
You didn't spawn with that, so you don't get to talk about it ever. Unless you're holding it in your hand, I guess it's yours.
Okay. Interaction with non-player.
What was that? Carry on.
Characters and with the rest of the environment, because after a while, it's not really what you're doing anymore. You're not just interacting with the environment, you're creating the environment. In fact, part of the 4D model talks about the players interacting with the environment. And it's very telling that they say it that way, and not the characters interacting with the environment. And probably wasn't their intention to say it that way, but it is in a very real sense. Once you start doing that, it's the players interacting with the environment. So all that makes having an in-character.
He said that. I guess he didn't say, but
he won't say our names.
We meant characters.
If he says Shauner on his video, he's going to get so many thumbs downs, and he'll get canceled.
Players interacting with their environment. Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
What's that noise? Is that a dog?
Probably my dog. Yeah, my dog's dreaming.
You have a dog?
It's dreaming like 3 feet away from me.
Does your dog dream on their side with their feet running, like they're going somewhere?
No, they just kind of bark.
Oh, okay.
So
stop.
Kind of impossible.
Stop. So what does the player do in these role-playing games exactly? Because it's all in-character stuff.
They get immersed.
Oh, okay.
They're listening to the other players during their off turn. You know, you're listening to what the other guys are saying, going, "Oh my god!"
I'm not even thinking about me when I'm role-playing.
You're taking an inventory of all their extensions. They have a lot of extensions.
Okay, Monarch. What's the password? I have to go online.
Yeah, I don't think we intended to say players interacting with the environment, but I don't know who you.
What's
who are you talking about, Ivan? Anyways,
I don't know. Okay, let's go.
No, he talks about mechanics.
Likewise.
He talks about the player in the game. He never talks about character.
Yeah.
So it's the opposite of what we talk about.
Oh, okay.
We talk about in character all the time. We talk about role play. Has he said role play yet in this video?
There was a big section where he said it a lot.
Oh, okay.
And I almost died while drinking.
Piece of me died inside.
Okay, continue here.
Making
Killing me
decisions
softly.
with the intention of them being dramatic or exciting or entertaining immediately drives me right out of the in-character experience. At least, being in character as character. And once again, I'm not making decisions from the perspective of Terrence McSweeney.
In character as player.
Making decisions as.
I'm in character as my player. I'm in character as a player.
Okay.
I don't know what he's talking about. Of course, you're in character as a character.
I think he's trying to split it up into something or somehow, or.
He's hitting the invisible walls like I used to hit in Fallout New Vegas, running around.
Okay.
I don't know, Max. I guess it was
Pick a character of mine, Leo Baxter. I'm making decisions based on what would be good for the drama, or what would be cool, or for the story. So, what kind of experience does 4D role-playing produce, and what is?
He's going to explain what it produces.
I stay in character-driven. That makes interesting stuff enough to happen.
That's right.
What story am I doing again? There's none. You end up with a story after the game session, not before.
You just portray yourself through a series of unfortunate events.
Yeah. You're lucky if you're still alive at the end of the game.
There you go.
That should be your reward. You can propagate.
Hell no, the death scene's the best part.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah, dying in space. Yeah, that's kind of cool too.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That they're actually doing. And this is conjecture, but this is kind of informed conjecture. Not my first rodeo. So I think they're having that exact kind of experience that they want. But what's really telling is the language they use regarding not asking questions and inserting things into the environment instead. They say things like the play becomes cinematic and flows better. You can skip interaction with the game master and just say, I'm going to pick up a big piece of driftwood that's on the shore. And now I can go straight to what I
Mr.
wanted
Max.
to do with
The buzzword.
Mr. Max,
God,
what
you
have you
mentioned
done?
driftwood.
What have you
20
done?
2024 buzzword is driftwood.
You're the driftwood.
It's in the dictionary now.
So he's gone to
The
Max's.
dictionary under 4D says something driftwood.
Driftwood, a device used in a role-playing example.
So, Sean, is your next book going to be an illustrated book of how to role play? We'll have little pictures of driftwood and stuff like that.
That's what we should have called 4D.
Driftwood.
The next book's going to be how to run games the hard way.
Ah,
Oh, cool. Look forward to
that'd be
that.
awesome. Yes.
piece of driftwood. I think another one says, I think it's much more direct, much more cinematic, much faster, and you can accomplish a lot more in a session. Or
Yeah.
you make up convenient things and things that make things richer, more fluid, faster, and dynamic.
Yes.
Over and over again, what I hear and what I see is that the flow of the game takes precedence over continuity or internal logic.
Does it take over the continuity or internal logic?
It's just purely random stuff we throw into the
Why are
game.
those? Are you saying they take precedence over?
Show us the examples here.
Well,
Mr.
let's. I
Ivan
mean,
Mike.
let's
Show us
No,
the
answer it.
examples.
Let's answer it honestly.
These guys always have to guess what we're talking about.
You don't watch our videos.
I say vet your players. Then you don't have problems of stuff showing up in a game that doesn't make sense to be in the game.
Does the story flow take precedence over continuity in our games? Probably.
Your games are totally continuous. Is that a word?
Continuous?
You have a setting and you guys are like
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
saying, what do I
setting.
prioritize? Like, what
You
do I
don't just pull out a submarine sandwich in the middle
Right.
in the middle of Glamis somewhere.
We're there. We're in the dust storm. The dust
is this,
is
Subway from the
crashing into our
70s?
face, and
You're
we got-
playing Burning Man in your game. You're not
Yeah.
going to have like
Well,
jet skis.
oh, he said logic also. I think that logic
Well, makes sense.
is pretty important.
I say makes sense. I don't use logic. It just
for
has to be common sense.
flow. I think that both of those matter. They're kind
Realistic.
of intertwined. You have to have a logical game going if it's going to flow well.
I mean, if you describe the setting and the players are adding to the setting, how can you then mess up the setting on your next turn and screw up everyone's versatility or whatever?
I mean, we've definitely done it. I'm not going to say we've never done that.
No,
Really?
That's what I was describing
That's
when
your
I
turn?
when I made it nighttime.
Yeah,
and then
there's been a
Crispy
couple
made
of
it
times, but-
daytime again, and I was
No, but
like,
that's just
it's nighttime, Crispy. Like that stuff.
I'm
happens.
sure you had an idea, he had an idea. When worlds collide, that's all that happened.
Mhm. And our desire to not correct kind of let that play out. We're just like,
became
"Oh,
it became an impasse.
So I don't
Also,
think it's
maybe-
totally
Oh,
unfair
God.
Maybe
criticism.
Phil took a really fast turn, like fast travel turn, by describing
I'm
the
just
sun
bad at
moving.
listening to people.
The sun is now in this position after my turn.
I have serious issues with listening to others.
Crispy might have had a cool ambush attack for his scene,
Yeah.
and you
There you go. Yeah,
True.
dashed all his hopes.
Asking questions of the game master runs the risk of the answer being no.
no, it doesn't.
And the intention.
Stop.
He's assuming a lot of shit.
That's old. That's OSR crap right there.
Yeah.
Now,
That's what OG
for the
Jim
last
said.
20 years, for the last 25 years, GMs have been saying yes to all your questions. So that was my point back in 2008. Why are we asking the GM questions when they always say yes? That was one of my very first videos on YouTube.
That's kind of like where co-creation gets its roots from too. You know,
Is there a broom in the broom closet? Yes. Thank you for asking.
thanks.
We just cut a few steps out.
What's the name of the broom?
Makes it easier.
What's the broom's name?
There you go. Yeah. How many strands of straw is
There's
on
no
this broom?
Sharpies. There's no Sharpies in my universe. You don't know the name of it.
appears to be, getting an idea and then running with it. A lot of yes and. So the experience isn't play to find out.
Stop.
It's the same shit every time.
Yes and is romper room stuff.
Yeah.
Find the shape of a square in the classroom, kids. I found one. Yes, and Johnny, did you find one too?
I found another one. I never really understood the yes and. It's like I found one.
I have RPGs. I have RPGs that have yes and, no but, yes if, yes then. I have those are die roll results.
Of success.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, and this happens. Yeah, yes, and the fire alarm goes off. Yes, and you crash, and your whole family's murdered in front of you.
That's more of a but, probably.
But
but
maybe, but perhaps.
And your family's murdered. All right.
But that's the mechanic of the result of the die roll.
Yeah.
What he's talking when these guys say yes and, they're talking about therapy sessions.
They think that it's all like an improv thing. So I hear this a lot. I heard this with OGGM, and when I replied, I described it. Usually the issue that you're having is the players are making a time violation. And if you say what you want to do and you create something, typically the GM has an opportunity to throw whatever plans you had in the garbage with some other different narrative reaction. So, like, I go to the blacksmith, but I don't want a blacksmith in my town. Then I say, the blacksmith is closed. And a man comes up and says,
yeah, exactly.
Blacksmith has been closed for a while.
Or the blacksmith might not even be on that street.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a while to even say I go to the blacksmith.
But if they 4D a blacksmith, then they're probably seeing it.
Right. Well, look, a blacksmith shop.
You don't want to go out of your extensions, Sean.
I buy horseshoes right now from the blacksmith.
Yeah, that's a time violation. I'm shopping. I'm getting horseshoes, blacksmith.
I'm standing in the intersection near the gate entrance to the town.
Yeah.
I asked the barmaid how much is mead. I buy some.
She yells out from the bar, "What? Come to the bar!"
It's all happening so fast. Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
it's play to create. There's a lot of portrayal of who the characters are in the plays I've watched and their discussion of them. And the portrayal of who the characters are seems to be more important than interaction with the situation. At least.
Is it? Our portrayal of characters is more important than the action. I think the action.
Yeah, we want to win. We're trying to win the game, Rick.
I don't understand what that means.
He's speaking from a 2D point of view, 1D.
He thinks we're PCs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We can't die like a GM PC. He uses a GM PC, so he thinks we're PCs, and the GM's trying to kill us, but we're invulnerable because we're role playing.
Well, I've seen him in game. I know how he plays, so.
An arrow is shot at your face. I duck again because I am perfect. I roleplay ducking.
I'll explain it to you, questing GM. Time violation means that on your turn, you only get 30 seconds, right, Sean?
Yeah, 30 seconds. And
30 seconds on your turn is the new hot tip.
If you can't do what you described in 30 seconds, then guess what? You got to wait your next turn to do the rest of your turn.
So that's in-game time. So if you were to see a blacksmith, in 30 seconds, you might walk up to the blacksmith shop and try the handle. Yeah,
you don't get to do a whole lot of turns all at once. You just
you say, I walk into the blacksmith, I'm going to look around, see if there's any swords, and I talk to the blacksmith and say, hey, where's your swords? But at the start of your turn, you were at the entrance to town.
Yeah, you're told there appears to be an entrance to this village. Oh, I walk in and go to the blacksmith and ask him, how much is all this gold here?
I'll take the gold.
Is it free today?
And he says yes.
And then the GM starts talking to me. Oh, the blacksmith says, we're closed. That's not gold. That's fool's gold. And then you just continue on with that nonsense. Then all the other players
that's my
think
fool's gold pile.
the fool's gold, that's 10 cents.
Yeah.
I can make some jewelry out of this
Mostly
stuff.
for kids.
There you go.
At least, the interaction with the situation is kind of in the background, and it's more important than interacting with the situation, at least not without creating the situation or the situation at the same time, or facets of the situation. And the other thing is it's highly performative. And I don't mean that in a pejorative fashion. I mean that they're performing for one another. They're doing things, that are exciting. Character actions. What's happening is supposed to be larger than life.
I am, whatever's happening in the game, with the different characters, I am keyed in on as a player listening to his other players. And I'm listening to the narrative that's being, tossed around at each turn. And I'll add to it if I feel like I want to add to it. I don't have to. I don't have to add more stuff. It's entirely up to me if I wanted to do that. But it does help the game master a whole lot if you are interacting that way, contrary to what you think. Because they are not a 2D game master, they're a 3D, 4D game master, and they're able to play this way. So,
I do consider role playing to be potentially, and maybe not the highest form, but a type of art form that you can master. So that's what the whole point of the 4D thing is attempt to mastery of role playing. So in that way, I would describe it as performative, but I'm not doing this for the other players. I'm performing because I am trying to be the character, trying to put my head in it and take a vacation in this dude's brain and walk around in a fantasy land.
That's right.
So I'm trying to do exactly what he's doing.
I'm just trying to stay in character and interact with other characters. In character.
You don't even start to think about it after a while. You just do it.
Yeah, it just happens.
It's
and it's
awesome. Not like at first you may have to try to concentrate on it a bit when you're learning, but once you've got it down, it's you'd be able to play.
When I was in Sam Old G's games, his Traveler games like 12 years ago, it would take me about 3 or 4 minutes before I get immersed.
Mm-hmm.
But now I get immersed instantly, like 3 seconds now.
You know what I use for those 3 or 4 minutes? An archetype.
My attributes are 13, 12, 4, and 7.
Yeah.
My name is Player 1.
My name is Bodyguard.
Archetype Bodyguard.
I have 3 hit points.
Mm-hmm.
1 for good measure. 2.
Kick it, Rick.
Right? And descriptive and over the top. And descriptions should be vivid and to fill the imagination of the other players, all the other people at the table. And all the decisions are made for these dramatic reasons. So it's very performative. It's very drama driven.
Really?
And exciting. And things happen. And I get ideas. And so I do the thing.
I say character driven. Your character has goals, motives, and they will conflict with other characters who don't have those same goals and motives.
We've had many a time with that, with Phil the Vil.
I don't call it drama. It's just the way it is.
That's right.
The goal isn't the story. The story's the byproduct, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's awesome. But
if you have interesting characters, then your story's interesting.
Yeah.
If your characters are all named Plank 1, Plank 2, Plank 3, and they sit in a tavern and be told a cool story about some mysterious stranger sitting in the corner for 2 hours, I guess that's a good, interesting story.
That seems more dramatic than else. The in the last game, or what I meant to say is, do you think game masters have a responsibility to make a dramatic story, or do you think it's just the referee? They're just playing referee all the time.
I mean, as a game master, you could your premise could have, like, you know, far-reaching implications on the situation that you have at hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's you know, do you have the asteroid crashing onto the planet? Do you have the, you know, well, in our case, it was, you know, the sands are encroaching on our lands. We must, you know, stop this thing. You know, that was the thing. You know, we had to stop it. This is the goal of our whole journey. You know,
when I didn't have role players, I had to think up stuff for rule of cool. Like, oh, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it'd be cool if an asteroid thing just totally devastated half their ship. I'll make it so. And then I say, and as you guys are doing that, an asteroid crashes through and all the air is being sucked out and you guys don't have your suits on. What do you do?
I think you just killed us, Sean.
And then they don't say anything. And I say, you're being sucked out. You're all dying in space. What do you do? You know, and then the rule of cool would be, oh, you're getting tractor beamed into something. The meteor wasn't a meteor. It was a real alien ship, and you're being hauled on board their ship. Now you're inside the alien ship, and they take you to the queen, whatever, hive lady, and she speaks to you in some weird language. What do you guys want to do? That's how I used to run games 20 years ago. Just 20 years ago. It seems like a long time, though.
It is a long time.
Thankfully, I didn't run games like that my entire life. That would be trauma, not drama.
You hit evolution, traumatic. Did you?
Yeah. Well, I just stopped playing it until I saw Mongoose Traveler First Edition at a Barnes & Noble 3 years after I stopped playing that way. And I'm like, what is this?
I like to think that when that happened, you pushed someone out of the way.
There was probably there was probably some fat goth chick looking at the Star Wars role-playing game. Excuse me.
That sounds like fat goth chicks.
And I get you get an idea and you do the thing. And we create the world around us, and we create the thing that's happening. We create something interesting and cool and dramatic. And the experience, you know, can be in character. It seems to be in character to a certain extent. They're focusing on these characters, but not so much in character, but more in character as collaborator, to steal a term from Anthony. I did not make this up. Not necessarily in character as author, but more in character as collaborator.
Committee decisions.
To steal the term from who? Who did he steal the term from?
Don't know. Might be an inside joke. But the players talk out of character to set up a cool scene that they can then roll dice for to see if it actually happens that way. I'm against it.
Yeah.
Collaborating to create a situation, a final outcome. And it seems very story as product driven. And once again, these are not bad things. This is just the kind of experience that this seems to produce.
It's not role play. It's just not role play.
He's making shit up. Like he totally hasn't watched any of our videos. Clearly, you know, our live plays, and he's just making stuff up.
Yeah.
Why?
It's like the one-to-one people.
What did we do to you?
It's like the one-to-one people making stuff up about how one-to-one works. And then I find out it's just a freaking multi-user dungeon played by post on someone's phone.
Yeah.
The guy's role-playing a mainframe.
Yeah. I don't know why people guess.
Just say you don't know.
I feel like we put up exactly what we're doing. We talk about what we're going to do.
We have videos out there.
Then we talk about what we did.
Yep, we even criticize ourselves. You know, we say, "Oh, we could do this better. Let's try this next time, and we'll do this. We'll do this time jump or whatever." And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. You know, we experiment.
Maybe 40 is
until I try it. I don't know if it's going to work or not.
Yeah, So we're able to say, okay, maybe we could try this, and we, it works or does it work? We're cool with it. He hasn't even watched it.
Is he 4Ding this video?
They don't watch actual plays. That's something we do.
It could be possibly, yeah.
People that want to role play will watch other people role play and see what they like and what they don't like. Other people are perfectly happy with their game session for life. It was perfect. That 1D game session every Friday is perfect. We don't need to watch ourselves.
There you go.
No,
Anything else, Phil? Let's go.
I'm good.
And that seems to be what they're going for and what they find exciting, which is great. It might not be what you want. It's not necessarily what I want.
Yeah.
And it's certainly...
Not everybody wants to be 4D.
Not everyone wants to role play in a role playing game.
That's fine. Go on. Play it like a board game. It's cool.
A huge mass number of people don't like role playing and role playing games.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
It's just the new ones, right? The new ones
when
they're going to role play.
Yeah. So when we say we want to, okay, we've done all this stuff. We finally want to go ahead and do this role play thing. Everybody's like, oh no, don't do that. It'll give you warts.
Yeah.
It's what it feels like. Yeah.
I'm allergic to role play.
Yeah.
In a role playing game.
As described, won't produce an in-character as character experience for me and for a lot of people like him. So at the end of the day, it's not a bad set of procedures and behaviors and techniques.
Are we getting mixed signals from this guy or what?
Experience they want. It might be the experience you want. If you
I
want
don't understand.
like that.
He can't explain 4D, but he says it's an okay idea. If it works for you, it's not for me.
Yeah.
I hear this every day from people. Every day for 8 years, I've been hearing this from people.
Sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't get it. Just put it back up.
Okay.
There you go.
He's just making shit up. Yeah. Yeah, he's 4Ding it. He's making up how we do it. He hasn't watched it.
I want to see an honest video where someone says, "Hey, I read their paraphernalia stuff, their brochures, their travel guides, their vacation tickets to Journey."
Did you go on the psychedelic excursion?
I took the I didn't take the fast pass.
Okay.
You
don't get it. You don't get it. You're 2D.
But none of them say, "I watched it and I don't get it." Yeah. They're not being honest. They just say you don't get it.
Well, I don't think
we've had people come in and try it, and they were like actually surprised with, "Oh my God, no, I wasn't expecting it to be, this way." I was, they mess up. It's fine, But,
well, the reason they don't say they don't get it is because they're not watching it.
That's right.
They're hearing it secondhand, and then they're like, "Oh, I get it."
They all hear about it second or third hand. Yeah.
No. That's
go ahead. Oop.
We do a pretty good job of explaining it, I think. Here. Who knows?
There might be two people that watch this video and they can hear us go back and forth and decide for themselves.
Super interested. Hey, Questing GM. Do you guys know Questing GM?
Nope. First time I've met him.
You can
is a recommended
obviously
playlist
all of my videos.
Yeah, we have all live videos. So if you go, whoever whoever's stream you're on right now, you'll see them in the live. There's also like little at 28 millimeter on some of Phil's stuff, so you can go through that way. There's a lot of at Phil the Thrill on my stuff, so you can go to his videos and see the ones that you're missing out of that group. We have them on like 4 or 5 different channels right now, so and more.
We should get like a sanctioned playlist.
That would be cool. That would be
could all
cool. I do have a playlist myself.
If you search 4D roleplay on YouTube, you'll find all your stuff if it's labeled right.
Yeah, it should be. So yeah,
At least you'll find
do that.
At least you'll find the people's channels.
The RPC Crusaders might be a little bit of a stretch for some people because they might think it's a totally different group or something. I mean, the method is 4D roleplay. The group of players that get together and do this stuff, whereas the RPG Crusade.
In the old days, you could type Traveler RPG and find my stuff. But now there's so much noise on YouTube about Traveler. You'll probably find Glass Cannon Network before you find me. And they don't roleplay.
Okay, let's go to.
Did we finish it? We did it?
Yeah, we were pretty much. We were at the end where he goes ahead and does the,
All right then.
We know what he's talking about here. Let me go ahead and share this.
I wish that there wasn't a people also watched section. It's weird.
This is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Shawner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to watch another video.
You don't have to watch for very long. Somebody has
to go.
Right.
It's like
it's midnight here.
You may take your leave, Phil.
All right. Take care, everyone.
See you later.
We'll talk to you later, man.
See you later, guys.
Be gone.
Be gone.
I'll press the button.
Go.
Leave him.
So many buttons.
Man down.
Okay. Well, what were you saying? Who was saying that they were 4D already? Was it somebody in this group?
The guy in the top middle.
Oh, him. Okay.
He says he's done it all before. It's normal, but
well, we'll find out. Does he do it all before? Let's find out.
He says his
Sorry,
games
but my
crawls you played, David.
He says his games are 4D.
They are they?
We'll
yeah,
know
sorry about
we'll know in 2 seconds.
Yeah, my connection is a little spotty, so on the receiving end here.
But that was ever a rare thing. Stumbling on fortune.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any gameplay yet here. Let's go ahead and advance it further by about to the 30-minute mark here.
Spoiler alert, there's not going to be gameplay. It's all out of character.
Okay.
It's going to take a couple of minutes to pick up all the coins while
Is it not a room? It's just a collapsed wall?
I'm sorry. It's a 10 by 10 cul-de-sac, right?
Okay.
But there are coins strewn on the floor, right? So you can gather them while Donald harvests.
You got it.
Well, this is what we call question and answer, Mother May I stuff.
Yeah. So the guy in the bottom middle is running the game, it looks like.
I see, yeah. Now let's see their economy of the rotation, whether or not they have players interacting all the time.
Yeah.
The organs, right? So it's going to take a few minutes. So what are the rest of you guys planning on doing? You got a few minutes to rest or watch or follow the beetle or.
This is what we call game show hosting, where you're giving them multiple questions and multiple choices. So he's being the game show host.
I'll buy resting for 400.
Yeah. The other form of game show host is where they're Bob Barker explaining the rules of the game before each mini game. So he'll go through the whole spiel about how this works and how you roll the dice and what you add and all this stuff. And that's another form of game show hosting. So there we go.
The diagonal corridor to the southeast.
Okay.
Oh, I'll eyeball that. That's what I'll do.
Okay, so you approach the turn so you can get a better picture of that. Okay, what's
And I'm
Nagion
gonna-
doing while you do that? I'll describe it in a second.
I'm just rubbernecking from behind, asking, what do you found up there? And I'll be looking over my shoulder. Watching ours.
Well, I'll nod Nagian to come fetch them as I'm going to start binding my wounds from my fall in the pit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I
Okay.
narrowly.
Oh, that
So you see, I see them getting partially there, but not quite committing to the in-character
Yeah,
experience.
they're phoning in their answers or their
Yeah.
moves.
So, I mean, there's hope for them to hit that 4D. I see.
Oh no,
or
they're still
3D.
at one. They're still at 1.5D.
But yeah, they still need to stay in character, and that's the main goal as for when we play it. Stay in character. That's a secret to the whole thing working is that staying in character part.
That's
Remember
right.
what
We forgot to bind wounds from the
Mhm.
fall in the pit. Yeah, you guys should do that.
Can we try?
Member berry
Yes,
stuff.
it's always a
Roll
1d3.
1d3. That's it.
Yep,
You
it's
think-
3. Holy cow. So I'm back
3
up to
for
9.
Jason, so you're back on 9. And how
Yeah.
about Jorge?
What happened to the
Yeah,
role
three,
play?
so that's a 2, right?
For every 2 seconds of role play, there's 2 minutes of no role play.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying is there's hints, there's little tidbits of, oh, they are role playing, and then they pull out of it, and then,
Yeah, he said.
Yeah.
He says he's binding his wound or something.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Then they're all saying, "I'm going to bind my wounds too."
Yeah. It's like suddenly it becomes you're doing
We're all healing.
meta plot, meta playing.
How do I get my HP to go up
Yeah.
too?
Yeah, my turn to make it go up.
It's a
That's
2.
it's 2 hit points. That's correct.
So you're up to 10. That's pretty good. Okay. So Nagion approaches with one of the torchbearers with Alwyn, right, who lights the path, and you can see that the corridor extends again diagonally southeast. It goes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 feet, and then it seems to open up into.
Can you see 50 feet in the darkness? I would only describe like the visual. If they're using torchlight, that's not going to be casting too much light down that hallway.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. But
I want to say they're playing Jason's game that he wrote, some OSR thing. Yet another D&D.
Dragon Slayer. Yeah. Barrow Maze, Dragon Slayer Barrow Maze.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, it
Maybe
says
that-
Dragon Slayer. Yeah, it says Dragon Slayer Barrow Maze up here. So I'm thinking, are they using Dragon Slayer rules to play the Barrow Maze setting? Quite possibly.
Don't know. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Different dice is all.
A room beyond.
I'll reload my crossbow
Mm-hmm.
and even you said 50 feet. Okay, so that's the extent of my my sight anyway. So okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. I mean, he began saying, I do the thing with my crossbow. He's making his action and everything.
Yeah.
And then it just kicks out. From,
Yeah, his character can only do 2 things. Look and examine.
Now it's Jason, this guy in the top middle here. He's the one that did the video on 4D as well.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how much you want to drag me through this, Sean. Or this is
No,
terrible.
we're done. We can talk about something else if you want.
Yeah, but
I've seen this game like back in the 70s already.
oh, okay. How
Nothing.
old is it? This is this is a newer game. This
It's
is
a new
using
game, but I've seen this game played 70 years ago. If you know what I mean.
Do we want to get into Jason's video or is
Sure,
his
why not?
own? Okay.
It's kind of short.
Bring that up, sort of.
Oh yeah, they're playing Greg Gillespie, who's terrible at role playing.
Yeah,
that's right. So Dragon Slayer's his thing. Jason has something called Dark Age of Man.
It's Roleplay Cafe.
It's not going to matter what game they write for themselves. It's not going to help.
All right, here we go. I found her. Let's go ahead and bring her up. Present. Share screen. Right there. Start. Alrighty, let's listen. Put her on a bit higher speed here.
You may have to crank up the volume. I don't know.
Yeah, I have it
it's
cranked as high as I got. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. So I saw Dell's video yesterday afternoon. I didn't have time to respond. Not that it's paramount in the sense that I'm not certain what he's referring to, the 1D through 4D, right? Dimensions of role playing. I glean a little bit from your video, Dell, your vlog, that, you know, 1 is beer and pretzels up to 4, which is, well, let's put it this way. I got your 1, beer and pretzels, and I got your 3, role play at all costs. 2 and 4 sound like they're progressions up through those steps. 4, you kind of discussed this more player involved or more player control, player directed. I'm not certain exactly what this D1 through 4 is. And to be honest, all of this conversation has from day one. 14 years ago when I came on and joined the community and did recaps of what I was doing and talked about what we were doing, and slowly got involved in the role-playing conversation on a larger, deeper thing. There were times where much of this stuff smacks of elitism, right? This idea that there's a right way and a wrong way. This idea that there is this kind of location that you can get to in this imaginary framework of a social activity with other human beings, as if it is the method acting way of role playing, which again, acting is a discipline, and method acting is a particular way of pursuing the art of acting. Role playing is not acting.
I hear this every day. Actors. He's talking about acting.
Well, I did mention, check out our videos if he wants to do an interview with any of us. We're available to, me, Crispy, Phil the Thrill, Max, everybody. We're all able to pop in.
Yeah, this guy was from the brigade, and he would, in his videos, he would talk about how he role plays and how fun it is and all that stuff. But I'd see his game sessions and I'm like, what? So what was that term called earlier? The RP, I know, the role play in name only.
RP-ino?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
When I see this guy talk about role play, and then you see his game sessions, and they look. There's nothing there. Yeah.
Once again, we set out this code of 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D. So the people who we ask, who are potentially role players, know exactly what we mean by role play. Not by your definition, but by our definition. So you can come into our group, role play, and be part of the group. No problem. Do a bit of practice. It's great. You learn. But yeah, everybody has their own definitions of what role play is, like I've always said, and we just go ahead and put ours out there. Just because we put it out as a thing, does that mean we should be demonized because we've actually set in stone what our goals are? It's
well, they don't watch our stuff, so they can't
demonize
us if they don't even know what they're demonizing. They're using their voodoo dolls, but they're holding the wrong voodoo dolls in their hand because they don't know what they're supposed to be doing. Someone else is getting poked by a needle.
Method acting, take a shot. Well, I don't have any booze here, but I could take a shot of this, I guess. But yeah, man, it's Shauner. What did you get me into?
So the brigade was nice when there were role players in the brigade. It was real nice, but then they opened. It wasn't gate kept, so just randos would come into the brigade.
Yeah,
and it turned into just D&D nonsense. It was quick
that's all.
too.
Yeah, that's also the thing that we do with our group, with the RPG brigade, with the RPG crusade. We do kind of keep it down in numbers. If you're not interacting a whole lot, yeah, you're gonna get kind of bumped off, because if you're not contributing in the group as a player or a game master, and you're just sitting there, yeah, I mean, you can reapply or come back in if you want. Let us know. We'll let you back in. But the thing is, there's so much chatter that goes on in Discords, and we would rather kind of keep that low key and just concentrate on the people that want to try this. So
mention roleplay in a Discord server that has like 3,000 members and watch what happens.
Oh, I'll go do that. This is the Traveler Discord. Yeah, we'll do that.
Any Discord. Just say you're a role player.
Yeah. And then
World War III happens. The mods have to kick you out.
Yeah, probably.
It's like saying Trump. It's like being in a room and saying Trump.
Is that how bad it is? Really?
Or whoever it is that's running against Trudeau. Just say their name in a crowded room.
Pierre Poilievre! Yeah!
Watch what happens.
And role-playing, you can attempt to achieve a particular discipline at the table, how you're choosing to communicate, how you're choosing to use the rules, how you're choosing to engage the the communication between human beings. And that starts, I think, with what you choose to play, who you choose to play with, and how you're going to go about agreeing beforehand on communication. I try to be in character. I try to exist in character no matter what I'm doing. Even Dragon Slayer, although I will seamlessly discuss meta speak with the guys, I might be doing so from Fez, right? And what I mean by that is I don't have to leave my character to even to use game term for communication with Eloy, because I treat it as if Fez is just asking the question: is the door open? Is the door locked? Can I pick the lock? I mean, but I do.
So the reason why we try to stay within the eyes of our character, first person, is to keep that continuity with your brain still thinking in the terms through your eyes of your character. If you start bringing out pictures of a 3D map and you're looking over top, now you're pulling your whole sensory out of perspective here, and you're looking at the game and the situation in a totally different way. You're going for the board game approach or the video game approach. What we try to do is we stay in through the eyes of your character, and that's where you want to stay for that entire session. Not deviate out, no popping out of it, doing that sort of thing. You stay in character through your eyes. And if you go in and out, that could be less immersive, I would say. Popping in and out. What say you, Shauner?
I was reading some of the comments here, but I need to focus on.
Oh no.
I guess after the game session, if you just have it on playback, you're not really watching it, you're just listening to it. It should sound like a radio play.
Yeah.
Or an old Star Trek episode from the 60s where you know what's going on in the show because it sounds like a radio play. If you're listening to the game and it just sounds like a bunch of, just randos playing a board game, telling jokes, there's no story there. I'm not interested in listening to that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and if they're all speaking out of out of character and all that stuff. It makes that whole thing that you're listening to really kind of disjointed and everything.
Yeah, just don't tell me. The only reason why I was watching Jason's videos because he says he's role played in 4D and he does it in his current game.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why we're even watching this stuff.
Right.
He doesn't role play in any dimension that I can tell.
Well, we kind of situate him in that class of he's a 2D player. And there's nothing wrong with you being a 2D player. You have plenty of games to go play. You have thousands of them out there.
Yeah.
But us guys that want to actually do the role play, there's not very many choices for us out here. So,
but if you're playing if you're playing a Mother May I game, is that role play? Would you still call that role play?
Not to me. They may call it role play, but our definition's already set. Our definition is set in stone.
They're already upset with your definitions of these dimensions. Imagine how they feel when I say what I have named for those 1D and 2D.
There you go. Yeah.
They should be lucky they're hearing a 1D and 2D player.
You call them the slugs, the termites, and the amoebas.
You just have the audience participate. Then you have the Mother May I.
Yeah. Yeah. Elitist.
And the GM playing in second person, running all the characters for the players.
We have them, Mr. Crispy. Mr. Crispy, would you like to join us? Pop on in. So in character, he is asking questions of the GM, fine, but how is the GM answering? Yeah. GM is the big talking head. He's got to have the NPC. But being the narrator, you're not a big talking head. You just say what's around the vicinity of the action.
When I ran games in 2D, I still had NPCs talking to the player characters, but a lot of 2D games, the GM just talks to the player. Because the player says, I need to talk to the mayor in this town. And then the GM says, go ahead, what do you want to tell him? And then I want to tell the mayor, hi. And then the GM says, okay. And like that was where was the NPC?
Yeah.
Okay, you told the governor or mayor hi. Great. It's like I open the door, you open the door. I go outside the tavern. Okay, you went outside the tavern. The GM just says what you say. What's the point of that?
It's it's redundant. If you cut that out, you save yourself a lot more time.
And then I change the tire on my car. And as you're changing the tire on your car, it could go that way too.
True. All right.
Ideally, I mean, I've been lucky since coming to YouTube and meeting people online from 2010. And having the chance to actually role play in some sessions where I was in character, and we did very little.
I wish you would name people.
We did very little meta speak.
I name people in my videos. Even if I don't have an example of their video, I'll still name their name in my video. I talk about people I used to role play with 10 years ago all the time in my videos. Maybe they'll show up one day, or their channel comes back, and I can mention them in the description below or something.
Right.
This guy never says names.
We did almost everything.
Yeah, he's
from a character's first person.
He's vague.
Accounting and description was solely down to that first person. I have to tell you, I'm grabbing the keys from the desk, and I've been there. I've been lucky enough to have some sessions like that. I've had plenty of sessions, even with complicated games, where I was again mostly in character. But again, I've said it before, there's role-playing and there's role-playing games. And role-playing games, for me, aren't the same as role-playing. And role-playing is not acting. And there's multiple disciplines. Are we just adhering to the discipline?
Well,
of the
we
rule?
agree on the role playing is not acting thing.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, it's a chronic. He's one of the 99 percenters. That's all I have to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen his example of gameplay. So, yeah.
Rules. Are we casual and informal about the rules? Are we casual and informal about what kind of speech we're using? Are we casual and informal? And that I don't mean. I mean, I enjoy casual and informal. I don't like making a lark of the game. I don't like telling jokes in the game. I don't like treating our hobby or the game session as if it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter, and I could take it or leave it. And right, that I don't want. I don't want people at the table who'd rather be off seeing the new Spider-Man movie, but they couldn't get in. So okay, I'll play. I don't want that kind of casual. What I mean is we're laid back. We're with friends, and we are attempting to treat the session and the fiction with integrity and with gravitas. There are certain preferences I definitely have. But the more we start getting into this dimensions of role play, so we can pigeonhole tables and we can.
Oh no, dimensions are
yeah,
racist.
okay, yeah, we don't do it to pigeonhole. We're doing it to explain to the people coming into our group what role playing is, which everybody else fails to do.
Yeah.
Nobody has that definition of role play except for us. Right. That's the ironic thing about this whole thing. Okay, then what is your definition of role playing? What do you do for your role play? How do you act in character for your role play? And people just aren't getting it. It's like, okay, so we've defined it. Oh, that makes us bad.
Yeah, 4D is black magic. It's the evil in the room.
It's the evil. How do we make ourselves unevil?
One thing I like, though, are new players, relatively new players.
Yes.
Who have got the 5e and they're not happy with D&D 5e.
Mm-hmm.
And then they find our channels and they're like, in a week's time, they're a 4D role player.
Yes.
Because they don't have any baggage.
Yes.
And they're honest about any baggage they may be trying to claim coming on board. But I like the players to ask me questions, though. No.
Yeah. And we also have the new players that have come in to the group, and they are doing their own games, like without broadcasting or anything like that. They're doing their own thing. They're having their own friends. They're inviting their own people that I don't even know.
Yeah,
and it's great. It's awesome. I'm not here to control everything, as the curator of our Discord and stuff. Yeah, I'm here to spread the knowledge. Say, here, this is how you can do this. Try it this way. If you want to. We're not forcing anybody to do it. We're human beings astound me sometimes.
Tell us what we do next now. What should we do, leader? Tell us, leader. What should we do? Luckily, we don't have that.
Yeah. We don't.
We're not a cult.
No. The Discord's
do it yourself kind of thing.
Yeah. The Discord itself is ran by a group of us, of course. Everybody has admin rights as far as our group taking care of the Discord itself. And everybody's free to go ahead and post their games, get people to talk about their game, and start making plans for it. And everything just kind of just lines itself up. We're chucking out games every Monday. Something new is popping up. So that's what we do. We're trying to put it out there so that people can understand what we're doing. So watch the live plays. It's what's it gonna hurt? Apparently it hurts a lot. So
it hurts me watching their stuff.
But you'll understand a little bit more if you watch the session 0 for that game. You'll be like, oh my god, that's how they're doing it. You know?
Remember that movie with the sunglasses? If you put them on, you see aliens or something.
They live, yeah.
That one guy's trying to get the other guy to wear the sunglasses. He's
Yeah,
like, no,
beating each other up. And, yeah, and he fights. Put them on. You'll see.
Yeah, they don't want to watch role players on YouTube.
I mean, we can't force you, so you stay doing what you're doing. It's totally okay. I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that, Shawner?
Yeah.
Good.
we can square peg, square hole people and tables and the way people do things. It smacks of elitism to some degree. And as you kind of allude to in your video, when we begin to define these things, we limit our space.
Now, whose video is he talking about? This Dell guy?
Dell that was in the car.
Okay.
He talked for 30 minutes and it was just word salad coming out of his mouth.
Oh, okay.
He didn't say anything intelligible for 30 minutes trying to explain 4D.
All right. Yeah, because
it was weird.
Yeah.
So if I did come up with a definition, a keyword, a term, a code word for my group, gentlemen, we are going to play Tuesday night Dark Age of Mad, and we're going whatever code word, right? And that code word tells everybody at the table, oh, we're gonna go into that nuance of role playing, and that's fine.
Okay, he was in the brigade. He should know what a social contract is.
I know nothing of this person.
He was basic fantasy for the most part.
Oh, yeah.
Every week he had a different OSR game. He was raving about how great it is. Then he nuked his channel. Then he nuked his channel. Then he nuked his channel. Now he's got something else. He's got multiple YouTube accounts. That's what I noticed.
Okay.
Just have one.
Okay. But I think for the most part, for me at 54, having survived 2 life-threatening events in the last 3 years, my perspective on everything has changed. And I, first and foremost, want to enjoy what I like to do, and I want to enjoy it.
How old are we, Shawner?
I don't know.
We're real old. We're older. We're older guys.
I just role play. We just role
play. Yep. We discovered how to do it, so now we're doing it from here on. It's we've gone on from wasting our time only putting in 90. You're only getting 10% play time in a session sometimes. So I would say theirs is probably a little bit better. Like their actual kind of gaming kind of thing does kind of continue on, but it's a lot of it's not in character. But at least they're getting something done for their game session, which is a lot that I could say for a lot of other sessions where, like Matt Colville's was I don't want to go there, but
or Goy
or Goy.
I can't watch Goy.
I was given kudos to DM Slayer, for him doing the role play thing as a game master, and then until his session fell right apart. But there's glimmers of different things out there that are hopeful. We try to spot them. We might invite people as we get to know them, stuff like that. It happens, or they discover us kind of inadvertently, like Zonalar has, and all the rest of them. Feel the thrill, and boom, they get in with us, and they start learning. They're like, oh, this is how you guys do it. Okay, and and then they're role playing with us, and they don't turn back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
it's the way it works. So.
I have D&D books, but I'll never go back to those.
Yeah, I'm still debating on getting rid of my 5e stuff, and I still have them here. They're just filling my shelf.
I just have 1e stuff. I have all the GURPS books. Never plan to run GURPS ever again.
Yeah.
To talk to, and I like to play with, and I like to laugh with. And I used to be somebody who, if I was at a table with 5 guys and just one of them wasn't partaking, I could fight through it. Now, if I'm at a table with 5 guys and just one of them doesn't partake, and I mean, what I mean by partake is we're all choosing to be in a certain role-playing position, and that one person doesn't. That one person talks in third person. That person talks about the thing, and that person doesn't seem to adhere to avatar versus in character play. Then I will reduce myself to the lowest common denominator. I will actually play to the lowest common denominator.
Is that saying defeat? I've been defeated.
Settle for, settle down, settle with. I'd rather not be in a game than be in a crap game.
Yeah, same.
Now, if someone talks third person in your game, does that make you just lose it?
No. Yeah, I mean, if they're staying in character, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it is a slight. I mean, you do get that kind of cadence happen with the game master, because the game master is using a third person with his NPCs quite often.
That was me, because I ran too many games.
Yeah. And, I catch myself doing the third person thing when I first start off with in another game. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got to start saying I.
You're introducing your character as he, or the fantastic such and such.
Or whatever his name is.
Fantastic plastic.
Elric reaches forth and does this, it's a little jarring when everybody else is going, I do this, I do that. But it's not a deal breaker. Eventually I do get into the first person all the time, and then it's cool after that. But yeah, sometimes it can be a little bit of an adjustment to get into there. But we're not into beating. We'll beat ourselves up for it later.
Like that one video, you and me were in one video. The whole point of that video was for me to practice doing I statements.
Yeah.
And everyone watched that. Everyone watched that, not knowing
you were thinking
that I didn't have a character.
This thing.
We didn't have a setting. Didn't have anything. It was black void.
Yeah. I mean,
like,
I do.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's even doing.
I do that with the practices. I just okay. So, what are you playing? A fighter guy, a thiefy guy, a mage guy? And they'll say, okay, I'll play a mage. Okay. Whatever spell you think of, you could do it. Everything that pertains to a wizard kind of thing, add 3 to the 2d6. If it's something that's against your grain, like using a long sword or something, -3. Simple, doing the traveler kind of rules to it. Yeah. And we just wing it. I don't care what's in their backpack, blah blah blah. They can make that up. We're just practicing. I want to see how they stay in character, and then I'll record it. We'll record this session. Then we'll look back on it and say, okay, you can, start criticizing what you think you could do better as you're going through this video.
Yep.
And that's how we improve. It may take a couple of practices to get there. It's.
I mean, what you said just now in 2 minutes, this guy cannot figure out in his entire lifetime.
I know. But there again, that was me too. I couldn't figure out 3D. It took me a good head bashing by you, Abe, and RPG is dumb, and you guys kind of just went, see, look at what you're doing, Rick.
Malcolm McDowell.
It was like, no, I don't want to see it. I don't.
The Beethoven, the music.
And it finally sunk in, and I started, okay, I have to apply this, and I worked at it. So it takes some time to reverse engineer all the programming that you have in your head on game mastering, role playing. It takes a bit.
Yeah.
I used to fight through it. I used to force my in-character play upon the GM and the players at the table. And then as I've matured and as I've grown up, I realized that, it's one dimensional for me to be the lone guy or even one of two guys. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to maybe be more in character at a table than other people. It doesn't matter. I can do it with or without them. But what I mean is I'm not going to worry about being
what he's saying is
some philosophy.
What he's saying is kind of correct. I mean, you don't want to role play in Monopoly, do you?
Right.
Now he's playing the worst possible fantasy role-playing game there is. It's basically a board game. Do you role play in a board game? I don't think so. Is it worth role playing at a board game? Here's my unit. I'm a class fighter, whatever, level 7. What can you role play with that exactly? Whenever it's your turn, you're playing by the rules only. So every time it's your turn, you get to do attack or something.
Yeah, it'd be like playing Gloomhaven, the board game Gloomhaven. And you can actually take the cards and everything. You could play a role-playing game if you took away the board and all that kind of stuff. You could do a card-driven role-playing game with it. But do you really want to? It's yeah. A role-playing game is a role-playing game.
Maybe
which includes role-playing.
Maybe Jason's decided he just like he plays football games by hand.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, you played football games electric. The electric football games. I had those when I was a kid. But he plays his by hand, which means solo NFL whatever game. He plays those things. Football board games. So
I mean, that's
his
fine.
style. His style of fantasy is probably board game.
Yeah.
So he's resigned himself to that style of play. I don't know why he's even talking about role playing if that's not even something he's remotely interested in doing.
Well, I think it's just.
Otherwise, you come on here and you say, "I don't know what role playing is. I think it's dumb."
Yeah, he's just going after the 1D, 2D, 3D. We're pigeonholing people and all that stuff. No, we've defined it so that we understand what role play is. So when you can ask us, what does role play really mean? We can tell you.
Yeah.
Instead of, being like this and being, oh, well, we do a bit of this, a bit of that. And, it's.
I like to talk. Someone will ask me what role play is, and I'll trick them into telling me where their character is and what their character is doing.
Right. I don't.
And 2 minutes of that, and 2 minutes of them doing that, they realize what I did, and they're like, "Hey, wait a minute! Hey, wait a minute! what happened just now?" And I say, "That's role play."
Yeah.
No dice. Just tell me what you're doing, and I have a character. They have a character, or I just describe the location they're in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that with some of the people around here in town. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that works.
Yeah.
Play in such a way that I would alienate that one human being who's joined us. So I now pretty much, and again, it sounds cruel to say lowest common.
He's assuming that we go ahead and just bring randos into our group, and that would cause this displacement of we vet the players, we practice with the players. It's not like we just drag them off the street and bring them into the group and plop them down onto the chair and say role play. It doesn't work that way. You have to ease them into the group and do the practice, and so he understands. It's not like it's going to be an alien thing to him, but there have been some people that have come in and said, yes, I know what we're going to be doing. I'm going to stay in character. And then they sit there and then they go out of character. It happens. It can happen. We've had it happen. And just if you do it too much, you'll probably end up, getting, killed in the game. And then you can talk about it later,
Yeah.
You'll understand if you were doing something wrong. I mean, the persons that have been in our games where they've realized that they were talking out of character, they come back in and they try to do it again, and they try to stay in character next time, that sort of thing. Or they don't. They just, they leave the group, or, they think it's just not for them. It's totally fine, Come back again when you think you can try this, if you want to. We're open to that.
Yep.
But yeah, we this guy's thinking like totally, we're bringing in randos. It'd be bad to go ahead and say, well, you're not role playing. Sorry,
well, he doesn't think you should vet players. It's like, oh, you like
okay.
D&D? I like D&D.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
we're a perfect fit then.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't work that way. Sorry. You got to know what you're doing. not just think that you know what you're doing. So it's always good to practice with us first.
Comment on it. What I mean by if 4 of us are adhering to a particular style and one guy can't or doesn't want to, I'm going to be tempted to regress. So it's just easier for everybody, I think. Right. And that I'm just talking about whether we all agree to a particular, style of role playing. I'm not talking about troublesome people. I'm not talking about people who are assholes or violent, or misogynistic or racist. I'm not talking about adhering to those people. They're out of the group. They're off the table.
Yeah.
I'm not coming back. Right. I'm just talking about techniques. And
there's no quality of play. There's no quality of gaming. There's no quality of role play. It's either you're playing D&D like everyone else does, or you're some weird child molester who shouldn't be at our table. Social contracts filter out, or define how the game's going to be role played in that session. I have like 8 different social contracts.
Like I said, I've been blessed.
You have like 8 which?
I have 8 different social contracts that I've used. Some of them are kind of the same, but one player, he wanted to do something different, so I add that to the social contract. That we'll all try something different in this one session we're gonna do.
Yeah, we started doing like actual write-ups for social contracts for every game that we do now, so it keeps everybody on track. What they're allowed to co-create, what their powers of co-creation are. We'll sort all that stuff out in our session 0 as we create the setting that we want to be playing in.
Yeah, I use social contracts, even if it hasn't changed in 10 years. Just keep resending it to the guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if they look at it or not, but it hasn't changed.
And these guys probably have never done a brainstorming session where they get the players in and talk about what they want to do for this session, like how this setting's going to work. What does it have? Castles? Do we have lands of of long tracks of
the GM
what is it
does all that. The GM, it's the GM thing.
So the players go in blind, in your game, and they're like, okay, what's going on here? Info dump. Yeah. And then they play the game as an info dump. And that's not my type of game. Sorry. I used to do that, and then I tried to curb my info dumping, and then eventually I learned how to role play. So it all takes time. Let's continue.
Blessed to play with some sophisticated players, sophisticated sessions in which we were mastered enough, we were well versed enough that we could endeavor to be disciplined enough to achieve something like not referring to mechanics, but using code words, right? Instead of using the actual game device. Steve and Robert and I, in our OSR D20 sessions for years, we never said initiative. I described the goblins rushing them and swinging their swords, and they picked up the D6, they dropped the dice, they knew the rules. They knew we were an initiative. I never once had to say, we're rolling initiative. So that's culture of play. And we didn't have to adhere to even acknowledging game terms. They knew what they had to do. They knew that there were turns. They knew they had, right? And they knew, which is one reason we didn't play Moldvane, because of the procedures where we have to declare whether we're doing magic missile before we roll initiative, and then we have to declare whether the missile melee move, whatever. And it almost forces us to use mechanical terms and to be in a procedural frame of mind. So something like something like I use mostly was, White Box, Sword of Wizardry Continual Light, Basic Fantasy, where I didn't have to adhere to any procedures like that, right? And it made the old D20 formula very, very invisible. Zero cumbersome, nothing cumbersome about it at all with veterans, right? And not feeling like we were breaking the rules because there was no procedural rules for Basic Fantasies combat. It was basically roll initiative, and you're gonna shoot, you're gonna pass, you're gonna just declare what you're gonna do and go do it, right? There was no machinations, order of operations. So, and I can role play as deep in character in Dragon Slayer Barrel Maze as I can in Dark Age of Man. The difference is Barrel Maze, I'm going to find myself, we're going to have to communicate in metaspeak.
We're looking at Darkness of Man as a potential game to try out. Just to let you know, Shauner.
Okay. The way he plays, well, technically, let's say you follow the rules and the rules are written so that the mechanics don't get in the way. Are you role playing though, or are you just playing a board game without looking at the rules in the book?
And with us, it's more try to be in the head of your character and stay there.
Yeah, just because you have a rule book that is easy to memorize and you don't have to constantly refer to it during the game, that doesn't mean you're role playing automatically. You're just playing the game.
Yeah, with less references to the mechanics. That's it.
Yeah.
The dungeon crawl, and there's a lot of working mechanisms that require us to, I think, seamlessly go literally from character saying something to Jose asking something. It doesn't interfere with my immersion. It doesn't interfere with me being Fez in the front row, Fex in the front row, facing a door, right? An obstacle. It doesn't bother me that Jose or anyone, myself, drifting from Fex saying something to the group to me saying, I'm gonna check the door to see if I can open it, right? So it just doesn't bother me, right? So I don't know what the dimensions 1 through 4 are, what D1 or 1D or whatever all that is.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Why is he doing the video?
And it seems to me, I'm reading this book, The Elusive Shift. None of this is new. None of this is new. What was new was that this thing was invented and put out there.
So 4D isn't new to this
public.
guy. He doesn't know what 4D is, but it's not new to him because it's already been done. They always name off these older books that don't really explain roleplay. Otherwise, people would be role-playing already by now, for decades. Do you have the elusive?
This be the only book you need.
Yeah.
The Shauner book.
There might be another book out there.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be.
But people go to the Sly Flourish, the Alexandrian, the other guy, right. Questing Beast. Surely I will learn roleplay from these guys. No.
Lazy Dungeon Master.
You'll learn how to prep for a game in Lazy Dungeon Master. That's for sure.
Seth Skorkowski. Yeah.
I like books that explain how to do hooks on the fly. Not having to prep for them, just come up with, you guys call them pushes.
Right. For us, the push has to be related to the premise of the whole game. I mean, if your whole idea is to, as the game master, is this whatever, using something that you were like a meteor coming to close proximity to Earth, emits a bunch of these lizard creatures that that come to the planet, and it's their spaceship basically, and they start procreating on the Earth, causing massive destruction and stuff. And they're just animals or whatever. You have that narrative going on. You're putting in, all these cool things about them. Players are playing their characters, and they may encounter these weird lizards coming in. You're carrying on a narrative through this whole thing. Maybe there's bigger lizards that show up, ones that eat people and buses and tanks. Whatever it is that you're putting together, you have a premise. you're keeping to it. You're not just going all willy-nilly with this whole thing. You have an idea.
Yeah, there's no gonzo.
You're playing it out. Yeah, you're playing it out. That was a idea that you had for session 0, and like I said, if you watch your session 0, then watch the videos, you would totally get what we're trying to do. Not just winging stuff. I mean, there's a method, of course, like you do, make stuff up on the fly and stuff like that. But
so how should
we could do it as well?
How should role players? How should people that think they role play already learn how to role play? I don't. Maybe it's a self-defense mechanism when a player says, "Oh, I don't. These 4D guys, yeah, I already wrote. I've been lying to myself for 30 years that I've been role playing already. So what do I need to know about this 4D stuff?" How do you get someone to snap out of that frame of mind?
Every sentence that comes out of your mouth from here on in this session starts with I. There you go. That'll start things.
Well, that's a good idea.
This.
You have to deprogram.
Yep. Slowly, get that.
I mean, who's in the cult? Are we in the cult or are they in the cult?
It seems like we're the ones doing deprogramming. So, yeah. I don't understand this mechanic. GM help.
Because when they say, "Okay, I know how to role play," what happens to me now? What do I do now? Teach others to role play.
Yeah. That's why it's always good to have a guy that role plays to be in the group with the new people. They got somebody that they got to gauge on. They're like, okay, he's the role player of the party. He's going to teach me how to role play. I will learn by his example.
I like watching people role play. People that didn't know each other. They came across my book. They meet each other on the internet, and they decide they're going to practice together using my book without me, being in the room, kind of a thing. I think that's so cool.
Well, they're trying.
And if I see them doing it, I know the book works, because they never asked me a question, really.
Yeah.
Because it's what, 5th edition now? Like 3rd edition, I was getting asked all kinds of questions from people. So I answered those questions in the next edition. So I think I've covered everything.
Yeah. Leave the phones. Everything's off the table. You're just there. Maybe you have your character sheet and some dice. And boom. Imagine everything through your eyes.
I just have my dice and a character sheet with me. That's it. Yep. If I'm running a game, I have my Remarkable 2 because I'm taking notes on that, or I have a map drawn on the thing.
And we got there's things that be before the game. We're always laughing and goofing around and doing all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about our daily routine or what we're drinking for the evening, whatever. We'll do that before the game.
Yeah, 45 minutes before, 45 minutes after.
Yeah, after the game we do BSing as well. So we get our share of BS.
Hour and a half of BS on my side of the fence.
Yeah, I mean we're humans. We're like everybody else. We'll do the BS, but not during our game session, because when you want to be in that zone, being in character, you want to stay in character. You want to be experiencing this through the eye of your mind, seeing all the things that are happening just like a movie, and you're just enjoying it. You're going for the ride. You're with a bunch of other guys here, and they're all coming up with these cool things, and you want to do the cool things too. So do the cool things.
You got to stay on the ball because you have to listen to what they're saying.
Exactly. It does take a lot of more concentration, I would say. So if you're not
pay
apt to paying attention to a lot of stuff, you might not be able to do this. So it's totally okay.
If you can sit through a movie and understand what everything's going on and what all the subtext is and all the scenes, then you too can be a role.
You should be able to catch on. I mean, not, a lot of people can watch things, but once they get to actually controlling some of the stuff in that what you're watching, it may take a little bit of time before they start getting used to it, but it doesn't take long.
When I do practice sessions, I don't use dice. I just have them role play. Because I don't want to be adding another layer of thinking about, I have to make a die roll here. I want them to learn how to role play first, and then we do the die mechanic.
We do the die mechanic still because we do want to encourage that, there is still something going on here, which is die related and everything. So we keep that in there just so that they're used to rolling dice when they realize, hey, I should be doing a roll here for this. So, and a lot of times the players will, I'm fine with them taking it on themselves to go ahead and do the roll. And without me saying, okay, roll a strength check or whatever it is. They should be able to know it's going to be a strength check anyway. So usually it's a roll, that sort of thing. And then they roll.
Yep.
So, he's saying 2 of his siblings run their own groups now. After I introduced them years ago, they all have the same issues I've been seeing plaguing the hot. Are they also doing are they practicing the 4D with you now, or 3D at least? You'll see the players roll perception check, gain a 1 or so, immediately move on it without saying anything. Yeah, you see that too. But you'll see that not happen in our great game group. That rolling that 1 is something of a cool thing that happens. So it's all right. So, anyways, let's go on with this here.
In the form of old school Dungeons and Dragons, in which people said, "Wow, this is not a war game. This is something else. It's like a role playing game." They defined the term role playing, so to speak, at the time. They didn't define the term role playing in psychological terms. What is role playing when you role play? When you're asked to role play to teach, or you're asked to role play with your wife in counseling, or you're asked to role play with with a counselor so you can know how to talk to your teenage child. Role playing is a tool. It's a thing that people use, right? Role-play gaming
bring
is
up
the same
counseling?
concepts that we're playing with.
Because that's where role-playing is supposed to belong, not in a role-playing game.
That's weird.
I mean, if he's thinking role-playing as in playing the role of a fighter, blah, 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 if that's what he's thinking, well, I don't know.
In Blade Runner, the guy was vetting Leon at the beginning of the movie, and he's asking him about the turtle or the tortoise in the desert upside down.
Right.
That's a good way to vet players. You're just asking questions. You're just saying things to see if you get any kind of response from the player, what they would do about the situation, in a situation. You don't want them asking you, what's a tortoise?
Yeah.
You don't want that to happen.
Well, there was a situation where somebody did not know what a hoodoo was in one of my games.
Hoodoo.
A hoodoo.
You do.
And a lot of people don't know what a hoodoo is.
So what's a hoodoo again? I asked you once before. I forgot.
It's a rock formation. So it's like where the water has washed out the area, it leaves this big rock on top, and it's on top of a pillar. Wile E. Coyote kind of, stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's what we call a hoodoo. Okay. It's actually used in a lot of the African areas that have hoodoos, and it's what we call hoodoos up here in Canada. I don't think you guys call them hoodoos down in the States. We just
call them national treasures or landmarks or do not step, no climbing.
No step, no climbing. That rock's gonna fall and kill you. Yeah.
But they'll name it a place, like a location.
Yes. Yeah.
This is Coyote Death Path There's something.
Sisters want a serious scene with the group, but the player playing an underage character goes, I go into the bar and get drunk, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Playing for laughs, goofing off.
Yeah, it happens. You gotta.
It was like me playing Traveler back in the 80s. You know, I'm role playing a 50-year-old, and I'm like, I don't know, 20.
Yeah.
And I thought 50 is old. What the heck would I do when I'm 50 in this game?
Yeah. now you kind of know how you would play 50, right?
I can do all the ages now.
There's a number of people here that I'll play in town. A couple of them can't do the 3D thing. They'll try, but they can't quite get it. But they have their limitations. It's fine, you know. It's just the way they play. It's totally okay. I'll get into a game with them once in a while just to, you know, kind of be friends and stuff like that. But
yeah,
I don't really consider that kind of any kind of serious kind of session.
Just play a different game.
Yeah, play something different usually. So we usually go board games when it comes to playing that sort of stuff.
Board game for the win.
Yeah, exactly. What's he saying? To meet up with, play with friends, not with. Yeah, it's just a meet up with friends. Yeah, that's totally okay. You know, but yeah, usually when I'm role playing, I just want to role play. Period.
Games, and we're role playing an elf who is trapped in a box, and it's just not that complicated. I've said before, for me, the dimension one would be beer and pretzel, pop culture jokes, references, Monty Python jokes. Nobody cares what's happening. It's too casual. That I don't like. I don't want to be a part of that. And then there's 4, which to me could borderline on delusional, LARPing, and I don't want that. And there's a happy medium for me.
See,
yeah,
this is what I had to put up with since the beginning of YouTube until now. This guy, LARPing.
Yeah, we don't LARP. No LARP here.
Don't get immersed in role play. You'll become possessed.
He's LARPing.
It's like, okay, so just play your board game. Play your role play game as a board game then? Okay.
I'll never be called a LARPist again.
Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 3, if I understand which the 4 are. I mean, again, no idea what 4 is. But let's say if we're looking at it as a scale.
These guys are always, I understand what it is, but I don't understand what it is. Yeah. But I understand what it is because we used to do it way back then, but I don't understand. I can't figure this out, you know, but pretty much.
I have a name for them, but I won't say it because this is your stream. I've said it plenty of times on my streams.
It's an Arpino. He's running out of alcohol. Poor Flames. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
For me, the sweet spot is going to be, you know, somewhere between 2 and 3. It's going to be, you know, maybe hovers more around 3 for certain games. Really simple games.
It doesn't work that way.
It
doesn't work. It's not a scale. It's not a spectrum. It's not a progress bar.
Yeah. It is not.
They're dimensions.
That's right. 1D is just the basic. I roll the dice. You're not really committed to anything in the game. You're looking at your character sheet going, I don't know. I just roll the dice, you know.
I have a question for you. Can you play 4D in a 1D game? Just you as, you know, like 5 other players, then there's you. They're all doing 1D, and then you're just, whenever it's your turn, you say it in 4D. Can that be done?
Oh, yeah, I could do that, but they'll be
will they understand what you just did?
No, they won't.
Well, let's say you just do 3D then. You're not adding anything to the game. You're just role playing in character. Can you do that in first D?
I could do that, but they won't understand what I'm doing. They'll just see me talking. I do. I approach the door and with my hand try the doorknob.
Yeah,
they may catch on. They may think, okay, maybe we'll do what he does. Okay, or
it might look alien to them if they don't hear someone talk back to your character about the door.
Yeah, but the problem is the game master must be
4D
apt to do the 3D as well,
or the 3D
or 4D. Yeah. So that's the problem is your game master has to be on the same page if you want to have that.
Okay, that answers my other question. Can you have 1D players in your 4D game? I would say yes, and they're the ones who get killed because the alligator's biting their head off and they're just sitting there doing nothing.
Exactly. And if they don't learn from their first round of being inactive, well, they may learn on the second, but I've seen it sometimes be 3 bites before they even clue in that, oh, maybe I should be doing something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he to be fair, he did have other 3D players in the game that were kind of prompting him along, saying the thing like, Hank, move, you're not doing anything, snap out of it, the kind of idea, being in character. As if you're seeing your buddy Hank there is not doing anything and this thing's snapping at him, you're like, wake up, buddy, wake, be like, you have to play it that way, to get him to finally go, oh, maybe I should be doing something, right? It helps.
I remember my first D&D game that I was in where we role played. I asked the dungeon master, okay, how do you guys play? And he says, oh, just role play. And I said, what do you mean? And he says, oh, you never role played before? And I said, I've played D&D before. And he says, oh, so you haven't role played before. So he says to me, just tell me what your character is doing. In character, just say what your character's doing. And I had only one question, and that was, I can just say anything, or is there a limit? Or if my character wants to do something, I can just ask you. And that's when he came up with, it was just me and another player, and we were separate. Our characters were separate from each other. And he says, just tell me what your character's thinking. And that's when he described that I found this orb laying on the ground. And I said, I pick up the orb and I examine it and I'm looking to see how it works. And I think to myself, I wonder how this was last used by a magician. And then poof, I'm teleported to the magician who owned that orb.
Oh yeah.
And then he like poofs me back away, and after he takes the orb from me. I thought that was so cool.
Nice.
So I got to see the guy who knew how to use the orb. So it was just a matter of me meeting up with him at some point later on. That was so cool.
Right.
And that was my what do they call baptism by fire.
Game speak talk.
The baptism by fire, and you did fine, right?
Yeah. And then I didn't see another game like that for, I don't know, 20-something years, 30-something years.
Yeah. What is going on?
So that sucked.
Full screen, please. Technical issues. I hate these things.
And then it's going to be 2 for my game of choice. And that's the D20 old school formula that has rules. And it's going to require me to say, I'm going to hide in shadows, pick locks, or I'm going to cast sleep, or it's going to require some meta talk. And I can sit beautifully in a comfortable sweet spot of both into character now, out of character for mapping questions.
I mean, you could use the meta talk in your action. That's totally fine if you're
in dialogue.
Yeah.
Say, I'm gonna go up the stairs and rescue the princess. I don't know about you guys, but I'm heading up there. And then you start walking up the stairs.
That's right.
Right. Into character for talking to the king, out of character for asking Jose if he has torches. Right. Or I could in character ask Jose if he has torches.
Asking out of character to a player who's not in the scene.
Invisible entity. And
Jose, who's standing outside with the horses, asking him from the throne room. Oh, did you bring torches?
Yeah. think that's where a lot of these guys are getting it all bent out of proportion, is because they're not realizing the way we see a game master is not as a physical person in the game. It's, basically
NPCs.
the descriptor. It's a descriptor or the NPC, the narrator descriptor of the area, or an NPC.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not a discombobulated head following you around, asking you questions and giving you, game show host advice as you're going through certain things. You can do this, you can do that, blah, blah, blah. You're trying to get it like the narrator in the movie kind of thing. Yeah.
The GM is not that two-headed guy in Phantom of the Menace.
Yeah.
The radio announcer guy. How gonzo was that?
Oh man.
What race was he?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
So I don't really leave character, to be honest. I mean, once I get into character, everything I do is from Fex's position. Even if I'm having game talk with Eloy, I'm actually not distinguishing myself differently than Fex. I am Fex.
Okay.
Therefore, I just ask a question.
If he says so.
And I don't mean I am Fex like method acting, where if you said, Jason,
oh, we're method actors again.
Hey, you want to play?
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, you could go ahead and give a little bit of finesse with your voice or whatever it is. I mean, a lot of people do that just because they're naturally in character. So they'll do the sneaky voice whenever I talk sneakily, like that. It's just natural to be kind of doing that. You're not actually acting. You're just, doing the,
mannerisms.
The mannerisms of your character. And that's cool. That's fine. Sometimes I'll use a voice, but not all the time. I don't use a voice with Alaric.
But here's the thing. I've watched people LARP. They're not role playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just running around in groups.
Fireball! Fireball!
No one's role playing.
Yeah. You're just goofing around.
They're just moving chess pieces.
In Tuesday night that I would lose Jason. None of that kind of nonsense, right? So I don't know. But anyway, that's my take. I think I'll start.
His take about not knowing about a certain subject.
Means discipline. And we start with what game are we playing and what's our discipline? What's the discipline of the game? The rules and the people that are going to play, us players and GMs. What's the discipline of the game?
So rules are very important with this guy.
And
he plays raw.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think he does house rules or homebrew stuff.
He doesn't rule zero drop.
It's like we play by the rules as written.
Okay. Yeah, he wouldn't. I mean, he might work out in something that is a little less die rolly intensive, like Cypher.
TPS,
sure. Yep. Simpler systems like that would be great. I mean, even Traveler. But if he's not core micro. He's not into playing those games. Well, he's stuck in. Oh, I just want to play. He
wants
D&D. Yeah, D&D OSR. Yeah. It's not gonna. Yeah.
You don't have a real character. You just have a sprite in the video game.
Yes.
To the hard and fast roles of a GM and what his role or her role is, and players what his or her role is as a player at a game, at a table that's socializing. Then there's the next discipline. Are we going to show up?
We're going to show up on time
Tuesday night. I mean, we're talking about all of.
Are we going to bring food
that are disciplines? Then the very last piece is concerning myself at this stage,
having fun
in my life with: is everybody at this table in character? Have we all agreed we're not going to say roll initiative? That's the last piece, and 90% of the time I'm not concerned with it because this is first and foremost social. We talk all the time about inclusivity and inviting all kinds of people.
Here we go.
Adhere to
4D
play,
is
enjoy,
racist.
and share. Well,
yeah, sorry,
we're not inclusive.
Yeah, we vet the players. if that is a bad thing, it's probably not for you then. If you feel that's bad. So unfortunately, yeah, he'll probably never play a 4D or 3D game.
No, he won't.
Because you have to have, you know, a 3D or 4D game master to be doing the stuff that you want in 4D. It just doesn't come instantly with a 2D or 1D game master.
Yeah, it's like, my last most important rule is no one says roll for initiative in this game session. Everything else can be said. Just don't say roll for initiative.
Yeah.
How can a GM still say, what do you guys do? Is that still allowed in the game?
Yeah.
Do you like hearing that?
Game. No.
That's
no.
romper room. That's romper room play.
There you go.
When the class what do they call those people in daycare centers? Oh man, what are they called? Not babysitters. What's the one step up from babysitter in a daycare center? Oh, there's counselors, there's babysitters, and there's something in between. They're the ones who say, who say, "What do you guys do?"
Oh, okay, because she was just a daycare provider.
Caregiver. They're called caregiver.
Caregiver. Oh, okay.
Yeah, caregivers. Yeah. They're the ones who pass out the clothes to all the kids so they can do their dramatic play.
Yeah. Sonalar is yeah. That just gets me.
Elitism, racism, same thing.
We just forego the problems that you may have. This game will clearly not suit what you're looking for. Just the same as the game that you have, Jason, will not suit what I'm looking for. So therefore, you are elitist because you're not conforming to what I want as a player. Right?
Sounds like the plan.
Okay. We can go that way too. Let's see what else they have to say here.
That also starts with these ideas of what dimension of game am I trying to get to? And it's easy for me if there's a group that does a lot of beer and pretzel.
He's repeating
I'm
himself.
not gonna.
Yeah, I know. It's probably going to be a repeat because he doesn't know what 4D role play because he's always I don't know what that, you know.
Yeah.
Is this just as confusing as that the other video that
he's grabbing for straws or something? Help me, Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Just Jason, if you have questions, just ask. I've already said that in my response to one of the other videos, which you're a part of the group of, but that's your choice if you want to.
Yeah, just mention people.
Clarify it, you know.
I just mention people in my description if I need them to look at something.
Yeah.
That's how I spawn same old G sometimes.
Yeah. Well, thanks to Samuel G, he sent me a lot of videos today, so and it's been these kinds of things. So the word's getting out about 4D. It's starting to be a thing, but we're gonna have to go ahead and start closing some loopholes here along the way with these people and say, oh no, look, this here. You want the information instead of guessing, go to the source and ask us. We'll be able to run you through it. We'll run you through a practice or whatever, we're not trying to be.
It's hard to do it without reading my book.
yeah. But
because I don't explain roleplay anymore on my channel. I got tired of it.
Yeah. Well, we try to do our best to explain things on our channels, and
you have a lot of actual plays now.
Yes.
With different game mechanics.
Exactly.
So people have a variety to choose from, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they're still gonna in the back of their lizard brain, they're gonna say, "Oh, they're not playing D&D. We don't have to pay attention to this."
Yeah, because I
mean,
D&D, a lot of people have
D&D means role play to a lot of these guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
RPG, D&D, they're. Interchangeable.
here.
Hey guys, why don't we try it? I'm just not going to play with those guys, right? Even if we've had a great time, it's not so much that. I mean, that's for the time I'm putting in. I don't want it to be constant jokes and nothing matters, nothing counts. We can take it or leave it. We can all go to the football game and just blow this off. No, I want people to prioritize this activity for 2.5 hours. It's all they want to do, and it's all they care about, and it's important to them. So, beer and pretzel. But there's different levels of beer and pretzel. You know, I would argue we've had some Joff games that were very fun and like
eating with your mouth open.
We didn't make a joke of the game. We didn't treat
spilling
it.
your drinks on the table and on the map. Leaving glass rings on everything.
Yeah.
So there are degrees of
not picking up, not paying for stuff, not bringing your own food,
stealing your books,
getting Frito grease all over the books, pizza grease.
Hey, if you want to play with those people, fine. You know, that's your thing. But yeah, we have to vet everybody that comes into our game group, and those that stick around. You know, there's a lot of us that are sticking around. There's been only maybe a couple of people that have tried it and thought, this isn't quite my thing, and they go off and do their thing. They tried, so it's cool. You know, at least they tried. Do we bother going through the rest of this? I think he's going to be repeating everything again.
Yeah, he just repeats. He's a broken record.
Yeah. I don't want to subject
maybe
to
Sam old G probably saw that video and thought, oh, that reminds me of 12, 13, 14 years ago on YouTube.
Yeah.
People haven't grown at all in the hobby. They haven't improved. Normally, okay, like all the people I went to art school with, over the years, the decades, I see their artwork and it's like they're doing amazing stuff since college. You know, we all take drawing and painting in college. They improved over the years. They're not still painting like they were back in 83, 84. But role players, no, they're doing it the same way still. And on top of that, they say they role play. Yep. Liars. That's like an artist saying, I'm an artist, I'm a painter, and they can't paint.
Yeah, but you know, that finger painting is a thing, Shauner. Come on, Shauner. It's a thing. It's painting.
Now, if you know how to wrinkle your skin and apply just the right of paint, you can use your hand as a stamp.
Pow, pow, pow. Yep.
Without it looking like your hands are just being, you know, you could. Don't just mix all the colors and have.
Rooster.
Don't mix all the paint together and end up with grayish purple color.
Oh my goodness. I've never read a whole adventure book page to page, but I can read How to Role Play the Hard Way. Good point.
I have other books I can recommend for role playing in, or at least prepping for, that are really good.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll do a video on that.
Yeah, on Jameson's book.
Yeah, there's that one. I was going to do a world building video today and show off this world building book I've had. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I have different world building books too. Lots of charts.
I have books for making hooks, for making NPCs.
Wow. Show us, Shauner. Show us.
Oh,
you have to put out the videos. Put out the videos.
I put all my traveler books here, so I have to go around to the other side.
Yeah, yeah. I have quite a mess on my table.
You don't see my real bookshelf here.
See, I'm not too sure if you'll be able to see much on my back end. Here we go. I've been working on some stuff. I've been building some shelves and stuff in the back. Oh, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from the side. Here. Broadcast, please. And let's do this. Background removal. There we go. I've been rebuilding the shelf out here, so I had to put all kinds of stuff on the front here in order to build that shelf. So I've got guitars going across now. I got one more to do, of course. So.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the white things along the wall there?
Yeah, I put
okay.
up here. So now it extends.
So what did you have before? What did you have before?
I just had the
on
three.
The floor?
I just had the 3 guitars up there. That was it.
Oh.
So now I put a second. So now I have.
I see.
3 more spots to go ahead and.
I thought you had the top one first, and then I thought you had the bottom one first. Then
I used to have just the one just going straight across the three guitars. That was it.
Oh, okay.
So now I have 6 going right across there now. So 6 out of my 11.
I don't have any musical instruments. I don't think. Do nunchucks count as musical instruments?
Sure. You get a good tone out of somebody's skull. Tuk, 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 Are they the rubbery ones? The ones that are made out of rubber and bounce off of you for practice, or are they
these are actual ones. Someone said it's illegal to even own those things. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I'm
sure. I think an ex-girlfriend may have taken them. She needed them more than I did. Now I'm thinking, can you even buy those anymore? It's like Ninja Stars. Can you own those things?
Yeah. This has been a thing that I've seen a lot, and it's just a lot of guys how to prep, how to grab some more of these tables from my Patreon. You have to join my Patreon, pay the $10. You get a book of all these cool things that you can do in charts, and
that's Life Flourish.
That's all those guys. I'm just trying to sell you stuff.
DM Lair, Goy.
That's the way.
Selling you books on how to prep.
D&D 5e. Ever since 3e, they've implemented the maps, the minis. They've integrated it into the system. So you have to go ahead and start, purchasing these grids, or playing on a grid. Promotes you to play on a grid. It's a big board game now. They've totally gotten away from the Mindscapes, Theater of the Mind, for those out there that
I bought a battle map like 15 years ago, used it once with the dry erase pens.
Right.
It had squares on one side and hexes on the other.
Yeah, I have a couple
used
of those.
it once.
Yeah.
Because me and Samuel G, we would just use these things as a guide, not really to put minis on, but just to draw maps.
Yeah.
And and the players just say where they're at on the map.
Yeah.
And they have a scale of distance between things.
I'm not opposed to, as a game master running a 3D game or 4D game, I'm not opposed to one of the players grabbing that map, like a blank, put it down, and they start drawing out what they're imagining. That's cool. If they want to do that, that's fine. But we won't use it as a means to throw minis on there and start playing out the game, because that just slows everything down. But yeah. Do you think we covered everything that we possibly could within almost a 5-hour stream, Shauner? This has been crazy for me.
We've just touched the surface. Is that the phrase? We've only skimmed the surface. The iceberg is this, and then that's all we see. And but below the water, the iceberg is like, it's like,
and then you have. Yeah, then you go real deep and it's noodling, right?
I guess. No one has survived that far in the abyss.
Yeah. Well, did we learn anything from all of this?
No, not me. I mean, I come up with other directions or points of views or ways to come at this whole thing, how to, come at it from a different angle.
Yeah.
You use a different description or argument or frame of mind. But it all comes down to these guys all say, oh, we know what 4D is, sort of. Actually, I don't know. I've done it before. This sounds like easy to do. I'm not LARPing though. We shouldn't be doing LARPing. So it's like, good grief.
The same old story.
This is why the RPG brigade imploded. It fell apart because normies came into the group and started preaching how they role play, and it was just it became the new noise,
right,
on everyone's recommended lists to watch. And then Google killed off video responses when they bought YouTube. I don't know if you remember video responses.
Okay.
On YouTube, you while you're watching a video, you could click upload video response.
Right.
And you could just make a video on the fly right there, and it would film it and upload it, and it would be linked in their description below on their video.
Cool. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I wasn't quite that interactive back then with my music channel, but yeah, I did what I could, kind of keep me afloat.
So yeah, Google got rid of that, and then they monetized. Look, a few years later, they monetized YouTube, and then it became, come to my channel. I have the DM tips that you need. Like and subscribe. No one said that 15 years ago. No one said like and subscribe on YouTube 15 years ago. We just posted videos. And then people would post their videos, and you have like a little conversation going on. There was no content creator. That wasn't a thing. My videos still look the same as when I started 15 years, 12 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't do all the things that I never said like and subscribe on my channel.
Yeah, it became important later on when they monetized everything. So I think monetizing is probably your best bet to causing insanity.
Now you're trying to play the algorithm, trying to make money on YouTube with their algorithm. So you know that the viewers like certain videos you do with this certain thumbnail, this certain amount of time in the video, and you're talking about tips on D&D. Make sure you have D&D in the title. Make sure you have Matt Mercer's photo in your thumbnail. People will come watch it.
Right.
And now they're complaining that there's not enough money for everyone because everyone's doing that. There's not enough sponsors or advertisers to pay everyone $1 million.
Yeah, it's crazy. Have you noticed the amount
it gets divided up?
Yeah, AI style commercials coming on.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's
real advertisers that sell real things have disappeared.
What get me is the one like the old guy. They have some old guy and he's like, as if he's talking, but it's somebody else's voice is doing his voice for him. It's just like, what the fuck?
AI voices, AI script, stock footage from some place you can download footage from. Once in a while, you see a real advertisement like, come to the local theater, such and such is in town. Or come to, support your local library. Something local to your city, but those are far and few.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of Canadian kind of stuff coming up. So what I get anyways. So
yeah, Walmart.
French.
A year ago, Walmart had commercials all the time on YouTube a year ago, and they pulled out. That must have hurt.
Yeah. Well,
there's no Best Buy anymore, and there's none of the big stores are advertised. Like Macy's is gone. All this stuff's gone.
I occasionally see the commercial for my former big box store that I used to work for. Pop on every once in a while, so still there. So
yeah, I worked at a retail store, and their commercials would come on TV at 2 a.m. I thought that was so weird. Like, who's gonna watch that?
Yeah,
but that's all the store could afford was 2 a.m. for a commercial.
Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing. We have to make it big, let it grow naturally for grassroots for the people who care for it. Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing. We're
usually If you role play, you cannot go back to not role playing. Esports.
Yeah, esports.
That's Matt Crafty's thing, right? He still lives in the 90s when he was doing esports.
Yeah.
Watching people play first-person shooter games or RTS games, competitions. It wasn't Eastband, was it, that was doing those shows? No one watched that crap.
Yeah.
Watching a bunch of Koreans play StarCraft. Lineage.
As far as the role play thing for our group, we'll remain as a fairly small group, concise group of guys that continually play and put out content of game footage for people to, grasp onto and learn from. But if the 4D role play was to catch on and go on fire and start, people started gravitating towards that, that's fine, but it won't be happening on my Discord. It'll be the other players playing with other people in their Discords, and it's open to, it's
their towns, their cities, their YouTube channels, whatever,
exactly.
Facebook groups.
We're not here to go ahead and create this as the only vestige of,
We're not control central,
Just go out and do it.
We're not Amway doing a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, exactly. You can come into our group, play with us for a while. Let the system kick you out afterwards. If you're done playing with us for a while, you can come back, a year, 2 months, whatever it is. Come back in, say, hey, can I come in? Yeah, pop it open for you. Come on in, and want to play a game with us? Go, great.
Yeah, and with more players, you have more time zones.
Yeah,
because that's usually the big deal is time zones.
Yeah, I mean that's where Zonalar and the other group they're going to be shining for what's that? They'd be shining examples on the other side of the world.
How come he only paid $80 to get on your
$80? Oh my God! I wish people were paying me money.
I got ripped off.
Yeah, I've sunk quite a bit of money into what we have for a website and all that kind of stuff.
AI.
So, yep. So it's not cheap. We're doing this.
StreamYard.
Yeah. We're doing this to show people and make it somewhat entertaining. So, they like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. It's fine. I know not everybody's going to like what we're doing. It's the way it goes. I'm fine. It'll work.
You remind me of me 12 years ago on YouTube. I was so frustrated back then. But then I got used to it. I got used to it.
Yeah. I never get upset at people or anything. It's only when they start actually attacking me and saying stuff about my character.
You're LARPing.
And you're dividing people with your divisive, 1D, 2D,
you're
3D.
not inclusive. But the people that bring up all that stuff, the inclusive and the LARPing, it's like
projecting.
What? Yeah, they're projecting. Exactly. It's like what's happening in their lives for them to even be bringing that stuff up?
Exactly.
We're just talking about role play.
Yeah. You can take it for whatever you want to imagine it, I guess. I'm not going to be changing your mind.
What if we talked about Monopoly, how to play Monopoly all the time? We just talked about Monopoly. There's channels that do that.
Yeah.
People watch this and they say, oh, these guys they're slumlords, they're money grabbers, they're whatever, robbers, whatever.
Yeah.
They're capitalists.
They're playing to win. They're playing to win, Shawner. They're stacking the decks. They're power playing.
They got them fancy dice that roll 12 all the time or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just have to equate it to that, I guess.
But it usually comes down to they're not playing D&D, and D&D is our game.
D&D is our game.
Yeah, because you have someone, I don't know, D&D and RPG are synonymous practically.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten to be that way, but who knows how long that will last? You know, they're doing all kinds of things.
I'm praying that D&D gets bought by a totally separate company that owns it now, just completely different.
Somebody cool, or somebody that'll drive it down to the
Free League.
Utmost. Free League. You wanted to go to the Free League?
Free League.
They'll make us roll more dice that way, won't they?
They're going to sell fancy custom dice, and
yeah,
they're going to have a movie or TV show on Netflix for D&D. It'll be cool.
You think so? You think that's what's going to happen? Company like that, Free League?
Yeah, Free League's making. Well, they have Tales from the Loop on Amazon.
Right.
And they've been. Steven Spielberg was supposed to make a movie for the Electric State. He's still hanging on to that because it's too expensive to film. But now the Electric State is going to be on Netflix.
Okay.
Don't know if it's a movie or a TV show.
Huh. Interesting.
So their RPG is on hold, I think. They took it off their website. It's not even mentioned on their website anymore.
Right.
Either Modifius or Free League, because they would partner together. They do each other's printings, depending on what country they're printing from. Saves on shipping and stuff.
Yeah, I noticed there is a lot more like for Canadians for it's gotten a little bit more cheaper. They're actually having in Canada mills that they, I guess they start creating a lot of these books and stuff. Your book was super fast to get to my place, like within a day. Because
Amazon has printers everywhere in the world.
Yeah, because there's like a printing place which we have an Amazon outlet in Edmonton, in Calgary.
They're usually 50 or 60 miles from wherever you are. There's a printer. So
it was super fast to get yours like right away within a day. But something like TPS, that took a long time. So it was coming from the States down in Washington. So Washington State.
I guess it depends on which distribution is not busy at the time.
Yeah. I would have to say that it was a hardcover that I got for TPS, so that may have had to go to a different place for doing all the binding and stuff. It's a little bit more, I guess, intensive than doing a soft cover. So,
yeah, it goes something like 70 pages, and then it goes 112, and then anyway, each page count has a different binding for the book.
Yeah. So,
and different paper, and paper weight and all that stuff. But the my book, I want to say Zonalar said something, it was a fast read. Pretty much there's like just one chapter in that book that actually does the role play section about role play.
Yeah. I mean
it's very minimal. I made hard playing super light, as it were. It's less, there's hardly any rules for role playing. Because you're using the game you already own. You already bought a role playing game. I'm just saying how you could possibly role play using that game. And I want to say, let's say they read the book. So I want to say if someone reads my book, or after they read my book, or when they read my book, they can add their own stuff to it.
Yes, you have a spot to write your own notes.
Yeah, you don't have to like, oh, this is how Shauna wrote it. This is how it shall be done. No, you can kind of pick and choose what you like, and you can change it, alter it how you want.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even if somebody picked up your book or picked up, or saw our videos on playing, they could just take a small slice of what that is, and it would improve their game so much more.
Oh yeah.
Just at least trying to stay in character, maybe 40% of the time would give you 40% play in that time span that you spend, instead of just the 10%, you're getting 40% worth of game time in your enjoyment of, your session time. We strive for more. What's going to be your approach with the game mastering in the hard way?
Mostly it'll probably be the same thickness as the first book, and it will just be thinking up, creating stuff on the fly. How much prep do you really need? How much can the players prep for, if anything?
Right.
How do you I don't know what training other players, training other GMs how to run games, practice sessions, more maybe focusing more on practice sessions, the pre-gen stuff, maybe stuff I kind of hinted at or glossed over in the first book might have chapters in the bigger book.
Okay.
But it's mostly going to be for the GM, like a GM player's guide sort of thing.
Are you gonna ease them into the 4D, even though you have to reference it?
Yeah, you probably have to have the first book. Otherwise, the GM book probably won't make sense.
Right. Are you gonna start using 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D? Or
no, it'll just be how to I don't know, something the hard way. It's still the hard way series.
Okay.
The hard way series of books, Runner's series of books.
It's going to be called how to run a game.
How to run a game, or how to prep a game.
Okay, Seth.
How to prep a game the hard way.
Yeah. Well, we've hit the five hour mark on this. Holy crap.
And it would just focus on one shots, probably.
Okay.
Maybe there'd be a third book, how to campaign the hard way. Depends.
I've thought about
there's not a huge audience for my book.
Well, hopefully with enough videos out there, we can finally get 4D to, lose its black mark, his black eye on society. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm an elite role player. I'm not an RPG elite. That doesn't mean squad. I'm an elite role player.
Well, Shauner, I think I will close off this stream. It's time for me to go ahead and grab some. Go eat pizza.
I'm gonna go to In-N-Out Burger.
Okay. I might just make a burger. I think I'm gonna make my burger.
Lucky.
All right. It's from scratch. We'll see.